Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Betrayed and Became Godlike Dragon Emperor movie. Before we start, please go support KingCrownedClown for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. After some events in Kyoto, Issei will be deceived by the girls. Only Leela will bring betrayal. Goodbye Qua. Issei the Dragon's Lament. A lot has happened this past year. To tell the truth, I've fought against gods, dragons, angels, fallen angels, and other species. In fact, I never liked fighting. I couldn't choose since my first girlfriend tried to kill me. But someone gave me a second chance to live again. But to do so I promised her something, and that would be to protect her until death. Although to tell the truth I protected her many times. I became the hero of each faction. I suffered. And for someone I died. But thanks to Great Red and Ouroboros office they brought me back to life and I saved Kyoto from the hero faction. I've been through a lot, and to tell the truth I'm only happy since during this year I met many people who still await my arrival. My school year is over, and now I'm about to enter third year. Rias and Akino-san entered the university. Kaneko moved up to second year. Ravel also entered first year and also became my paid dragon manager. Asia, Irina and Xenovia also entered third year with me, but the bad thing is that I went to separate classes. Kiba moved up to third year, and Gasper to second year. Things started to change. Each girl started to separate from my side. By the time I realized, they weren't sleeping next to me anymore. I remember hearing rumors that Rias and Akino had a relationship with a teacher. I asked them if that was true, and they denied it. And they even hugged me and made me touch their breasts. And what I didn't want to hear happened when I put my hands on their breasts. I read their hearts, but in their thoughts I was no longer there. I saw their memories, where they actually did have a relationship with their master. In his memories I could see that that teacher was a demon, and was from the upper class. He was young, and was the opposite of me. I saw so many of his memories that I couldn't stand it anymore. I held back the urge to cry, but I held it in and they left. And I was alone again, but now there was a huge void in my heart. Drake talked, but I didn't listen, and time passed. I let go of my perverted side. It was summer, and Asia, Irina, and Xenovia went on a trip where they would talk about God. Even though he died, they didn't lose their faith. I didn't hear from them during the holidays. To tell the truth, I stopped going to the club. Since for me it was a reminder of what I lived with them. And for me it was suffering. That reminder where many things happened. That reminder where they swore love to me. I wanted to make amends with the others. If I no longer had Rias and Akino, why not move forward? So in the middle of the holidays I went to where they had gone to Asia. Irina and Xenovia, I had bought some presents for them. When I arrived, I stopped by a cafe and saw the three of them. They were laughing. And I saw those smiles that filled my soul before. I was going to approach them, but I looked fixedly and the boys started to arrive to greet them, and each one sat next to each one of them. What surprised me the most is that when I greeted them I saw a kiss on the lips on each one of them. I couldn't believe it. When I looked at myself in a glass next to me, I realized, and without realizing it, tears flooded the place where I was. I began to cry. I saw the girls for the second time. And they looked happy. I couldn't stand it anymore and I got out of there at full speed. I don't know how long I ran, but I saw and ran from very far away and I reached Qua. It was already getting dark. In my head only that sad memory passed by, and all I wanted was to be far away. To lock myself away and not see the light more, walk, and when you reach the park where it all began, I sat in that place and watched the sunset. I just looked and it got dark. I walked straight to my house. I didn't see clearly, but in the distance I saw Kaneko and Ravel eating ice cream. I was going to get closer and just wanted to vent by talking to them, but the same thing happened again, and two boys approached and did the same thing as each of the other girls. Before I could see properly, a drop fell on my head and I realized it started to rain. Ravel and Kaneko held hands and left from there. Kaneko didn't detect me because it was raining quickly and that covered my dragon scent. I stayed looking at the sky while it rained. I didn't think about anything. I just stood there. The sunset turned into night. I walked without any shine in my eyes, my bangs covered my face. I got to the door of my house. I entered. I didn't see if there was anyone, since I didn't care. I went up to my room and I locked myself in. Days had passed locked up there. I didn't go out at all, and so the holidays would be over. Rossweisse returned from Asgard, and rejoined to give classes again, and among so many rumors, she heard that I had stopped seeing myself as a pervert, and now I was a person with no desire for anything, and so that day passed. I arrived home, she waited for me, and we would talk. Days had passed, and she was always by my side, and she managed to make me smile again. Weeks passed, and I was almost the same. One day I called Ross after classes because I wanted to tell her something. Well, thanks to her, I had closed my heart to others, but she did her best to see me smile again, and thanks to that once again I would open my heart. That afternoon I waited for her, and she arrived, and I did what I had planned for that day, and I confessed to her, and the silence was present. I asked her if everything was okay, but she didn't answer and ran away. Since that day I got sad again. Days later I found out that Rossweisse asked to be discharged from the academy and returned to Asgard. I discovered that love was stupid, and I closed my heart definitively again. From that day I promised not to fall in love again. Days later I received a notification from the underworld, since they wanted to celebrate that the Chaos Brigade had finally fallen, and each leader wanted to congratulate me and the girls for having fought against them, but as far as I remember, in every fight, they always lost, and I had to save them. I do realize that in every fight that was fought, I always did everything. The day of the party arrived, and when I went down I could see every girl in the group that did me as much damage as possible saying, "Issei, what are you waiting for?" Apparently they had the cynicism to say such words to me. I just played along and told them that something crossed my path, and late we stood in the middle of the room and were transported to the underworld for the ceremony to take place. We arrived and were greeted by each leader of each faction. Looking from afar I saw Michael escorted by the same people as Asia. Irina and Xenovia were there that day, and I looked the other way and there was the noble who was with Rias and Aquino. Then I looked and saw two boys with whom I saw Ravel and Kaneko that day. Apparently those people were known by each leader, and I quickly deduced that each leader knew about their relationship with the girls. And then a magic circle appeared where Odin arrived, and I saw well, and it was Rossweisse who was escorting Odin. She looked at me and looked away, since she couldn't see me after being rejected by her. I didn't pay attention to anyone who approached to talk to me. I left there to be on the balcony, since I felt the atmosphere was heavy. After leaving there, I stared at the girls, and they just separated and went to talk with each one of those boys. In my opinion, nothing mattered anymore. Just being here was the same reminder every day, and it was that same emptiness in my heart. Nothing mattered anymore. Somewhere else was Rossweisse talking to Odin, until she looked and saw Issei come out, and she saw his face that looked and showed sadness, and suddenly she felt a tightness in her chest. Just thinking about him just made her sad. Odin noticed Ross, and he told her, "Go with him." And Ross saw what he said, and thought about whether to go or not. But when she decided to go, talk, but the Mao Lucifer spoke, and said, "Please, can I have your attention for a moment?" Then Ross saw, and Issei came back, and Xerzek spoke and said, "Well, I thank everyone present for coming today, and it is to celebrate the fact of the fall of the Chaos Brigade." And every person present just applauded, and the mouse said, "And in part it is to thank the Red Emperor Dragon, since thanks to him, along with my sister Rias's group, they supported in most of the places where the attacks by the Chaos Brigade and the Hero faction originated." And each person present applauded the Gremory entourage, and Xerzek said, "Come on, Issei, why don't you give us a few words?" And he barely wanted to go and show himself to a group of people who use him for their own good. Issei goes in his direction and just says, "Thank you very much, Mao Xerzek-sama," and he spoke and said that there was nothing to thank. I did what I had to do, and he gave a few small words and left. He went outside and stayed watching the stars until in that three people that Issei knows well came out. "Hey Issei, are you okay?" "Hello Michael-sama, Azazel-sensei, and Xerzek-sama. What can I do for you?" "Well, we've noticed you've been acting strange. Something happened. If there's anything we can do." Issei raises his hand to say he's fine. "Don't worry. I've only had a little pressure at school, that's all." And each leader tells him that if for some reason he needs something, to let them know. And they come in to continue the party, and this one said, I don't need anything from you, in a serious tone. What I want is simple. I want to leave this place that only brings me bitter memories. And then Ajuka arrived, and Issei thought, right, if I want to leave the Gremory clan, who better than the creator of the evil pieces? But before going there with him, Rias approached him, along with the others, and this one just put on a face of indifference. Hey Issei, is something wrong? And this one said, no, I'm just tired, that's all. And this one said, if you'll excuse me. And this one left each of them with a face of what's wrong with you. And he walked and called Ajuka, hey look who's there. Hello Issei. Hello Ajuka-sama. What, you needed me at the moment I was going to talk to you? I felt an incredible pain in my chest, and I tried to hide it, so I said, if you allow me a few minutes I'll be back. Yes, of course, Issei-san. And I left quickly, and I felt like I was losing consciousness. I was short of breath. I got to the bathroom, and at that moment I wanted to wet my face. And suddenly I vomited a lot of blood, and that's when the boosted gear materializes. Partner, I think it's time to talk, and he told me that it would be best to leave from there. So I invoked a magic circle and went to my residence. When I left from there, Rossweisse looked for me. But in the end he didn't find me. The Gremory patriarchs wanted to talk to me and Rias so we could formalize our relationship. Rias was happy, but I just disappeared from there. Ajuka looked for me because she also wanted to tell me some things about new improvements in my armor, but nobody knew that would be the last day I would see the security. I arrived at my residence, and when I tried to walk everything went blurry, and I fell to the ground. Drake told me about something called the Fall of the Dragon, since that was killing me, since all my partners abandoned me and left my side to go into the arms of others. I just agreed, since dying would be something that I may always want. Since the day they left me, Drake said that to be his best carrier. I looked pathetic for wanting death. Drake, if you want to die, die in combat, inside the armor, or do you want to give Rysvim the benefit of wanting to die? In the end I only realized that the best thing was to live and maybe leave this place, since it was only one of my biggest failures, and I told Drake with tears that I wanted to live. Very well, partner. That's what I wanted. Listen. And then a golden light flooded the place. I saw well, and that light that emanated was from the glove. What's going on, Drake? I forgot. But we are doing the ritual to save you, since at this moment your power and blood are a great poison, worse than the blood of Samuel. Well, let's start. When I felt that, I fell straight to the ground and several images came out of my body. When I opened my eyes I saw, and it was every memory I had with all the girls. I was Rias, Asia, Akino, Kaneko, Irina, Xenovia, Ravel, and lastly, Rossweisse. How ironic, she also left me, and 8 pawn pieces also came out. What? How is it possible? I remember that I investigated everything about this, and from what I knew, it is impossible to remove the evil pieces from my body unless the king banished me from his clan. Well, partner, by removing each feeling linked to you, these pieces are a feeling from the Gremory. So automatically your body removed them from you, since it does not want to be involved anymore with each one of them, and that every image of all the girls began to disappear, and some feeling of love also went away, and that there was a lot of blood on the ground. Once again my body lit up. My hair changed, my eyes and my height increased. I approached the mirror and saw, and it was no longer brown, now my hair was yellow, a beautiful color that I liked, and I asked Drake why my hair was like that. And he told me it was weird. I didn't take it any more important, and just something crossed my mind. Now you're free. Nothing tied me to the factions, so I just thought of something to leave without raising suspicions. Well, I know that the Chaos Brigade hasn't fallen completely. Hey Drake, what's up, partner? What would happen if several members of the Chaos Brigade have desires for revenge against the Red Dragon, and by twists of fate they broke into my home, destroying everything I see? Where you're going, I support you. What to do? Leave it in my hands. I went up to my room and grabbed some pencil cases that I was going to give to all the girls. I left the pencil cases next to the pawn pieces, and a letter I wrote with the emblem of the Winged Chaos Brigade where my blood was spilled, and then I started to destroy the house, as if there was a fight there. Then after that, I took the money that a paid dragon left, since I wanted to use it to build a house for the girls, worthy of all of them. I grabbed my sword that was in Xenovia's room, and left the house, never to return. To be continued. These pieces are a feeling from the Gremory, so automatically your body took them out of you, since it does not want to be involved anymore with each one of them. In that, every image of all the girls began to disappear, and some feeling of love also left. In that, there was a lot of blood on the floor. Once again my body lit up, My hair changed, my eyes and my height increased. I approached the mirror and saw, and it was no longer brown, now my hair was yellow, a beautiful color that I liked, and I asked Drake why my hair was like that, and he told me it was weird. I did not take it any more important, and just something crossed my mind. Now you are free, nothing tied me to the factions, so I just devised something to leave without raising suspicions. Well, I know that the Chaos Brigade has not fallen completely. Hey Drake. What's up, partner? What would happen if several members of the Chaos Brigade, they have desires for revenge against the Red Dragon, and by chance they broke into my home, destroying everything I see. Where you're going, I support you. What is there to do? Leave it in my hands. I went up to my room and took some pencil cases that I was going to give to all the girls. I left the pencil cases next to the pawn pieces, and a letter that I wrote with the emblem of the Winged Chaos Brigade where my blood was spilled, and then I began to destroy the house, as if there was a fight there. Then after that, I took the money that a pay dragon left since I wanted to use it to build a house for the girls. Worthy of all of them, I took my sword that was in Xenovia's room, and left the house, never to return. To be continued. These pieces are a feeling from the Gremory, so automatically your body took them out of you, since it does not want to be involved anymore with each one of them. In that, every image of all the girls began to disappear, and some feeling of love also left. In that, there was a lot of blood on the floor. Once again my body lit up, my hair changed, my eyes and my height increased. I approached the mirror and saw, and it was no longer brown, now my hair was yellow, a beautiful color that I liked, and I asked Drake why my hair was like that, and he told me it was weird. I did not take it any more important, and just something crossed my mind. Now you are free, nothing tied me to the factions, so I just devised something to leave without raising suspicions. Well, I know that the Chaos Brigade has not fallen completely. Hey Drake. What's up, partner? What would happen if several members of the Chaos Brigade, they have desires for revenge against the Red Dragon, and by chance they broke into my home, destroying everything I see. Where you're going, I support you. What is there to do? Leave it in my hands. I went up to my room and took some pencil cases that I was going to give to all the girls. I left the pencil cases next to the pawn pieces, and a letter that I wrote with the emblem of the Winged Chaos Brigade where my blood was spilled, and then I began to destroy the house, as if there was a fight there. Then after that, I took the money that a pay dragon left since I wanted to use it to build a house for the girls. Worthy of all of them, I took my sword that was in Xenovia's room, and left the house, never to return. To be continued. I left the cases next to the pawn pieces, and a letter I wrote with the emblem of the Winged Chaos Brigade where my blood was spilled, and then I began to destroy the house, as if there was a fight there. Then after that, I took the money that a pay dragon left since I wanted to use it to build a house for the girls. Worthy of all of them, I took my sword that was in Xenovia's room, and left the house, never to return. To be continued. I left the cases next to the pawn pieces, and a letter I wrote with the emblem of the Winged Chaos Brigade where my blood was spilled, and then I began to destroy the house, as if there was a fight there. Then after that, I took the money that a pay dragon left since I wanted to use it to build a house for the girls. Worthy of all of them, I took my sword that was in Xenovia's room, and left the house, never to return. Chapter 2 and 3. Since you left, Issei had already decided to leave Kwa, since just being in this place alone was a bitter pill to swallow. I went up to my room and took the savings that a pay dragon left, since I was going to take that money and order a house big enough for the girls to be made, since after announcing my engagement to Rias, and getting engaged to the others, I was going to order an immense castle to be made in the underworld for me and the others to spend the rest of our lives. I took the money, and walked near Xenovia's room and saw my sword, the Dragon Slayer. I took the sword and saw that it was somewhat dusty. It was obvious that time had passed since someone wielded it. I deduced that after all the battles the girls stopped training. It's good that I never stopped training, since only training to my limit prevented. I felt sad thinking about all of them. I grabbed the handle of the sword and took a breath. I took the sword and put it back inside the boss headgear, claiming my sword again, so that it would not be forgotten. I got down from there, and when I looked closely, I saw a photo that had been taken after Kyoto where I was and my former companions. I took one last look at my house, and when I went down I did what I had planned. I left those cases and that letter and my pawn pieces stained with blood and said, "Ready, Drake. So Dana a hibbo, then let's go, and I left to never return. Meanwhile in the underworld, specifically in the place where the party was being held, people were waiting for me since they were going to give me a noble title, but only people wondered where the Red Emperor Dragon was. The girls were waiting. Rias spoke and said, Issei, where your people are already looking at me. Hey Rias, your brother is asking for Issei. Do you know where he went? No Akino. But when I see him I'll scold him. You know I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to look for him through his pieces. While she was concentrating on his pieces she said, how strange he appears in the human world. What could have happened? Hey Rias, have you seen Issei-kun? I already located him. Oni-sama. It seems he's in the human world. How strange. Well, I'll try to calm things down here, so go after him. Yes Oni-sama, let's go. Akino, let's go. Hayadu residence. Well Drake, nothing ties us here anymore. Let's go partner. And so me and Drake left Kwa forever. Meanwhile with Rias and Akini it would take them a while to transport to get there. Minutes later, what's happening to Issei? For days he's been very strange. Era I hope and my Kohai is okay. So licking his lip lasciviously. And Rias entered the house. He saw the lights off, and when he turned them on he would see the most horrible scene inside it that would tear his soul. Just like Akino, he would see that the house was destroyed as if a fight had razed the place. When he walked he would see a lot of blood spilled, and Rias was in shock. He didn't say anything, he just fell to the ground without saying anything. Akino quickly took the letter since it had the seal of the Chaos Brigade. She didn't want to read it since she had a bad feeling of it, and opened the letter, and tears began to flow. Her eyes full of joy turned into lifeless eyes, sadness and pain, and she just screamed saying Issei and fell to the ground unconsciously. Laughing at having heard that scream she came out of shock, and saw Akino fainted, and the letter she was holding fell, and she approached and began to read, and it said the following. Dear Underworld, you celebrate our fall, but we hope that happiness is erased from your faces, since we want to inform you that a few minutes ago by chance we met your dear Red Emperor, the damned murderer to all our companions, but he didn't count on that. We had someone on our side. With that we show that we have not given up, and we will be reborn from the blood that left the Red Emperor Dragon. Sincerely the Chaos Brigade. Rias read each word, and began to cry and say, no you don't, my beautiful Issei, you and I are supposed to spend the rest of our lives together. You couldn't have died. You don't, you still have to keep living for me, like I do for you. And seeing the pawn pieces, seeing them full of blood. And so she falling equally fainted to the side where her blood was supposed to be spilled. She would be unconscious. Issei was already very far from there, and he just walked, and from that day on it marked an event all over the world. The entire Gremory entourage was crying for the loss of Issei. After one day, and all the factions filled the place with sadness. Akino would no longer have that shine in her eyes. Rias became depressed and locked herself away and also stopped going to school, since the frustration on her part only made her sad. She blamed herself for not giving Issei attention. Rossweisse had told all the girls that they were dating boys behind his back. She told him everything that Issei had suffered. Rias and Akino would not listen since they were so sad. They had a lost look. Akino locked herself away and lost her sanity for a while. Rias wanted to die. Xenovia was so sad. Irina locked herself away in heaven since she received looks from the angels that made her feel guilty, as if she had been guilty. Asia left her faith to God since she wasn't worthy of him, since she betrayed her only love, realizing in the end what they all felt for him. Kaneko sought comfort with Kuroka. Ravel went to the underworld to lock herself away like Rias, and finally Rossweisse felt worse than all, since she was the last to break Issei's heart, which on the day of the party she wanted to talk to Issei, the reason why she left the academy, and it was that she felt insecure about herself and thought that maybe she wouldn't be the best girlfriend for him, so she just ran away. But in the end her grandmother made her reconsider that she shouldn't feel fear or insecurities, since maybe that made Issei fall in love with her, and in the end she opened her damaged heart to him. But in the end she ran away, when she found out what happened to Issei, and more when it was known that Issei wanted to get engaged before dying with each girl, that would finish off each girl in the club. Not only did they betray him, but he wanted to spend his life with them. That would click with each one. A week would go by like That from that day on, the news spread worldwide where Issei's death would be announced, and each faction, in honor of what Issei did for everyone, commemorated him by holding a special ceremony, each faction leader dressed in black. Their commemoration was held. Each leader would speak, the Maos, cadres, yokais. As guardians, Olympians would talk about the moments they spent with Issei, until each Gremory girl burst into the place crying, and approaching where a statue of him was, and they said, "Issei, what are you waiting for? Let's go home. We'll prepare a meal for you. We'll be together in the end. We love you, Issei." And each leader would begin to cry. Zerzek and his parents approached Rias and hugged her while crying. Ravel was hugged by Razor since over time he became Issei's friend and stopped seeing him as an enemy. Kaneko was hugged for Kuroka. Ross just cried and her grandmother went to hug her. Asia, Xenovia and Irina were taken by Michael, and days would pass, weeks, months, and the place where Issei left would be more in pain. The Citri entourage visited Rias and the others. But every time they went they only cried. Kiba left his relationship with Tsubaki, since he couldn't think of anything else but his only and best friend. As much as in the underworld and the other places it was only sadness. It wasn't like before. They only thought about when Issei always arrived and looked at the maids, and was scolded by Rias and the others. The fact was that every time someone entered, they hoped that it was news about Issei. But that never happened, and they tried to move on. A long time had passed, and in a certain place where a certain person was trapped by the Red Dragon for his attacks that he carried out in Kyoto had managed to escape. We talk about Chow Chow. Upon escaping he recovered the true Longinus again, and remained in the shadows re-recruiting the old allies of the Chaos Brigade, and investigated during the time he was locked up, and what had happened surprised him. The Red Dragon Emperor died at the hands of some members of the Chaos Brigade, but he tried to investigate who he had been and no one knew who he was. And so he remained anonymous until he reappeared and resumed his revenge against the factions. Elsewhere, some fallen angels who were renegades had managed to enter Kyotos and free Kokabeel. Loki escaped from his prison, and finally Hades had freed the Titans from Tartarus, and they would begin to attack Olympus. To be continued. Olympians would talk about the moments they spent with Issei until each Gremory girl burst into the place crying, and approaching where a statue of him was, and they said, "Issei, what are you waiting for? Let's go home. We'll prepare a meal for you. We'll be together in the end. We love you, Issei." And each leader would begin to cry. Zerzek and his parents approached Rias and hugged her while they cried. Ravel was hugged by Razor since over time he became Issei's friend and stopped seeing him as an enemy. Kaneko was hugged by Kuroka. Ross just cried and her grandmother went to hug her. Asia, Xenovia and Irina were taken by Michael, and days would pass, weeks, months, and the place where Issei left would be more in sorrow. Citri's entourage visited Rias and the others. But every time they went they just cried. Kiba left his relationship with Tsubaki, since he could not think of anything else but his only and best friend. As well as in the underworld and the other places it was only sadness. It was not like before. They only thought about when Issei always arrived and looked at the maids, and was scolded by Rias and the others. The fact was that every time someone entered, they hoped that they were news about Issei. But that never came to pass, and they tried to move on. A long time had passed, and in a certain place where a certain person was trapped by the Red Dragon for his attacks that he carried out in Kyoto had managed to escape. We speak of Chow Chow. Upon escaping he recovered the true Longinus again, and he remained in the shadows re-recruiting the old allies of the Chaos Brigade, and he investigated during that time that he was locked up, and what had happened surprised him. The Red Dragon Emperor died hands of some members of the Chaos Brigade, but he tried to investigate who it was and no one knew who it was. And so he remained anonymous until he reappeared and resumed his revenge against the factions. In another place, some fallen angels who were renegades had managed to enter Kyotos and free Kokabeel. Loki escaped from his prison, and finally Hades had freed the Titans from Tartarus, and they would begin to attack Olympus. To be continued. Olympians would talk about the moments they spent with Issei until each Gremory girl burst into the place crying, and approaching where a statue of him was, and they said, Issei, what are you waiting for? Let's go home. We'll prepare a meal for you. We'll be together in the end. We love you, Issei. And each leader would begin to cry. Zerzek and his parents approached Rias and hugged her while they cried. Ravel was hugged by Razor since over time he became Issei's friend and stopped seeing him as an enemy. Kaneko was hugged by Kuroka. Ross just cried and her grandmother went to hug her. Asia, Xenovia and Irina were taken by Michael, and days would pass, weeks, months, and the place where Issei left would be more in sorrow. Citri's entourage visited Rias and the others. But every time they went they just cried. Kiba left his relationship with Tsubaki, since he could not think of anything else but his only and best friend, as well as in the underworld and the other places it was only sadness. It was not like before. They only thought about when Issei always arrived and looked at the maids, and was scolded by Rias and the others. The fact was that every time someone entered, they hoped that they were news about Issei. But that never came to pass, and they tried to move on. A long time had passed, and in a certain place where a certain person was trapped by the Red Dragon for his attacks that he carried out in Kyoto had managed to escape. We speak of Cao Cao. Upon escaping he recovered the true Longinus again, and he remained in the shadows re-recruiting the old allies of the Chaos Brigade, and he investigated during that time that he was locked up, and what had happened surprised him. The Red Dragon Emperor died hands of some members of the Chaos Brigade, but he tried to investigate who it was and no one knew who it was. And so he remained anonymous until he reappeared and resumed his revenge against the factions. In another place some fallen angels who were renegades had managed to enter Kyoto's and free Kokabile. Loki escaped from his prison, and finally Hades had freed the Titans from Tartarus, and they would begin to attack Olympus. To be continued. And the place where Issei left would be more in pain. The Citri entourage visited Rias and the others. But every time they went they only cried. Kiba left his relationship with Tsubaki, since he could not think of anything else than his only and best friend, as well as in the underworld and the other places it was only sadness. It was not like before. They only thought about when Issei always arrived and looked at the maids, and was scolded by Rias and the others. The fact was that every time someone entered they hoped that it was news about Issei. But that never happened, and they tried to move on. A long time had passed, and in a certain place where a certain person was trapped by the Red Dragon for his attacks that he carried out in Kyoto had managed to escape. We talked about Cao Cao. When he escaped he recovered the true Longinus again, and he remained in the shadows returning to recruit the old allies of the Chaos Brigade, and he investigated during that time that he was locked up, and what had happened surprised him. The Red Dragon Emperor died at the hands of some members of the Chaos Brigade, but he tried to investigate who it had been and nobody knew who it was. And so he remained anonymous until he reappeared and resumed his revenge against the factions. In another place some fallen angels who were renegades had managed to enter Kyoto's and free Kokabile. Loki escaped from his prison, and finally Hades had freed the Titans from Tartarus, and they would begin to attack Olympus. To be continued. And the place where Issei left would be more in pain. The Citri entourage visited Rias and the others. But every time they went they only cried. Kiba left his relationship with Tsubaki, since he could not think of anything else than his only and best friend, as well as in the underworld and the other places it was only sadness. It was not like before. They only thought about when Issei always arrived and looked at the maids, and was scolded by Rias and the others. The fact was that every time someone entered they hoped that it was news about Issei. But that never happened, and they tried to move on. A long time had passed, and in a certain place where a certain person was trapped by the Red Dragon for his attacks that he carried out in Kyoto had managed to escape. We talked about Cao Cao. When he escaped he recovered the true Longinus again, and he remained in the shadows returning to recruit the old allies of the Chaos Brigade, and he investigated during that time that he was locked up, and what had happened surprised him. The Red Dragon Emperor died at the hands of some members of the Chaos Brigade, but he tried to investigate who it had been and nobody knew who it was. And so he remained anonymous until he reappeared and resumed his revenge against the factions. In another place, some fallen angels who were renegades had managed to enter Kyoto's and free Gabriel. Loki escaped from his prison, and finally Hades had freed the Titans from Tartarus, and they would begin to attack Olympus. To be continued elsewhere. Some renegade fallen angels had managed to enter Kyoto's and free Gabriel. Loki escaped from his prison, and finally Hades had freed the Titans from Tartarus, and they would begin to attack Olympus. To be continued. Elsewhere. Some renegade fallen angels had managed to enter Kyoto's and free Gabriel. Loki escaped from his prison, and finally Hades had freed the Titans from Tartarus, and they would begin to attack Olympus. To be continued. Chapter 3. Wandering the world. Well, so here begins our journey, don't you believe it, Drake? Yes, I know it, Abo. 2 weeks had passed since I left. And apparently the news of my supposed death had reached all over the world, and I said, wow. In reality, they all cared about me. It doesn't matter. I never belonged to them. They just saw me as a toy just like them. And I arrived at another place where I settled temporarily since I had planned a trip around the world. I settled in a small inn. I was there for a week, and I left again too. I did not make any friends with anyone. 2 months had passed and I arrived at a town where I had heard rumors that a huge dragon lived there, and was causing havoc in the town. I heard that they would hire someone to finish off that being. It's been a while since I had a fight, so I offered to finish off that being. They would accept since I manifested a little power, and knowing that those people were a village where its inhabitants were humans, angels and demons. But I hid my dragon aura. I only made present the power I had from Ophischan and Great Red. They being away from all the factions would not know about me. So first they gave me a part, and the other would be when I finished with it. Then I asked them to guide me where that dragon was. I would spend 2.5 walking and I arrived. As I walked I saw a huge cave, so I entered. Immediately a great dragon roar was heard. That being attacked me. It was an immense colossal black and blue dragon. I dodged its claw as it was almost going to embed me. And that dragon spoke and said, "Who dares to wake me from my dreams?" said this. I spoke and said, "You can talk," and he said, "Of course, brat, all dragons can. Tell me who you are and what you want." I explained to him that I had been hired to finish him off. Those damn ones, I have never attacked them. They always come here and start attacking me. I only defend myself. Then he spoke to me and said, "Hey, by the way, brat, aren't you afraid of me?" I told him why would he do that, I don't see your bad intentions, or yes, no boy, you are right. And he just laughed. "Boy, what is your name?" And I introduced myself. "My name is Issei. A pleasure. And you know me like Acnologia the Dark Tagon. By the way, I've been looking at your left arm for a while, and besides you emanate a dragon aura. Do you perhaps carry some Caesar gear?" Then I took out the boosted gear and said, "Yes, I am a humanoid dragon, and carer of the celestial Welsh dragon. Or so you are the security. Believe it or not, boy, a while ago I made all the factions tremble," said Acnologia. "But that was a long time ago. And so the whole day passed until night fell, and we talked as if we had known each other all our lives." Drake remained silent. I don't know why, but I think he knows him. Then Acnologia spoke. "Hey kid, aren't you hungry?" I told him yes, and that's when he started to shrink. I closed my eyes because the light blinded me. I saw well, and Acnologia had transformed into a human, and I said, "How did you do it?" "According to what I know, some dragons can't do it, don't you know? I'm one of the 4 dragon gods." "What?" And so taking out his wings and mine, we flew until we reached a city where he asked for apple liquor. We sat at the bar, and when I tried the first sip I really liked it, and I drank it down. It had no effect on me at all. A second later I felt dizzy, and only one thing. I wanted to keep drinking until my limit. Then Acnology asked me, "And what made you make that decision?" I got serious, and then I told my whole story, about how I met the girls. How each one of them left me. When I finished telling my story, Acnology was surprised and only said, "Sorry kid, I can imagine your pain." I only said that it's behind you now, and then I told him how I faked my own death to all the factions, and we kept drinking. In the end we talked about all kinds of things, until I couldn't take it anymore and I fell. Wow, this guy is incredible. For his first time drinking he holds it well. Then I allowed, and from there I don't remember anything. Apparently he took me to his house. We had arrived near a mountain. I woke up with the biggest headache I could imagine, and I went outside and I could see Agnologia meditating. As I walked he opened his eyes and spoke. It seems you woke up, brat. How was your first drunk? I spoke and said for the first time. In the end I enjoyed it. Of course, we like to drink, and I started laughing with him. After that, he offered me food, and during the meal I spoke to him. And I said, "Why are you so good to me?" And he said, "You remind me of when I was young. Believe it or not, in my youth I never got along with anyone, and it seems you are the first one that has come to like me. If I were younger and you had spoken to me, I assure you that you would already be dead." And I laughed with an anime-style drop, and after a few days I began to train. He gave me asylum in his little home, and a month passed. We always went out drinking and ended up at the back, and from time to time we would get into fights, something I really liked, and after a few days, he told me if I wanted to train with him. I accepted and he trained me. 6 months had passed where he taught me how to use magic, and apparently he undid a seal that prevented me from using magic. Damn biblical God. By removing that seal I had an enormous reserve of magic, and in that time he taught me the hand-to-hand style. And in each fight it was always hell for me. Agnologia was still old enough to kill any being in this world. Besides, thanks to those fights my durability increased a lot. And I could fight him for 1 hour. After that I was exhausted. I trained how to use the sword. Apparently thanks to my reflexes I advanced well, and you could say that I became a master in the use of the sword. And my speed. That evil Agnologia put weights on each foot and arm. And I went back to 0 in training. I had to start over from the start since I had to fight with weights and was prohibited from using the boosted gear. And so 6 months went by again with those weights since I always felt heavier when I woke up. I came to the conclusion that when he slept he put more weight on the weights, and when he told me that my training would end in a fight against him, I started to sweat. Although I had already gotten used to the weights, and in fights with weights I had already lasted a long time fighting. And he told me that in this last fight it would be without weights. And when I removed the weights, I truly felt so light, and when the fight began, Agnologia would transform into a dragon and told me that this was how he would fight. When he threw a flame at me I easily dodged it. Apparently he was very fast, and my strength and magic were incredibly superior to any Mao, and we fought for 5 days in a row. Apparently we had both hurt each other a lot. He spoke and said, "I'm too old for this," and we both fell unconscious, but with a big smile. It was not decided who won, and so in total time that he was missing apparently were 2.5 years. One day when I was training with weights, Agnologia came with something on his back, and he said to me, "Issei, I have never been one for words since I never knew how to be with other people since I always killed them. But it seems that I have considered you as my only friend and student, and to thank you I brought you this." When I looked closely it was a cape. And he told me that this cape is the absolute defense against any enemy attack. No matter what type of attack it is, it will always protect you. You can even fly without your wings. This cape is made of the skin of a dragon that I fought in the past. I fought against him for days because when I attacked him he covered himself with his back. No matter what I attacked him with I never hurt him. But in the end I finished him off. But his skin was so thick that I ripped some of it off and made that cape. And I just thanked him for everything. And he said, "Listen, Issei. I have lived a long time and my time is approaching. I was not always a dragon, although you may not believe I was a human, but when I became a dragon, I only sought to eradicate all of humanity since I heard their evil wishes. I became the dragon of the apocalypse. In the end I decided to leave, but my time is running out, and I just want to thank you for everything. Never judge me. You stayed by my side like a son." He began to fall to the ground and I quickly picked him up before he fell, and he said, "Thank you, remember me every time you drink, always toast in my honor." And I began to cry and he said, "Don't cry, brat," and he put his hand on my forehead. "Boy, I just gave you almost all of my power, use it to eradicate evil in this world," and he died in my hands that same afternoon. I gave a great scream, that later turned into a dragon's roar, and after that I said, "Master, thanks for everything." That afternoon I buried Agnologia, and next to it I put a bottle of apple liqueur and left. It seems my journey began again. I would make my master's will come true. Chapter 4. My path. Several months have passed, master. Every month without fail I go to visit your grave, and as usual I always buy a lot of liquor and 2 glasses. I pour a glass and leave it by your side, and the other I drink until I reach my limit. I have been in many places. You could say that my path has just begun since you left. I have grown a little, hee. I have seen many things around the world. I have killed many people who hurt others. I have cleansed a small part of evil in this world. I have continued with my training. In every fight I never take off the weights. I just hope and there is a good rival to fight seriously. No one except you has given me a great fight. To being almost on the verge of death, a few days ago I entered a bar at night. I walked and apparently there was a small contest of how much you could drink. Obviously liquor has no effect on us. I sat down at the bar. And it seems a man with airs of grandeur approached. He challenged me to a drink. Obviously I accepted. You'd think he had a collapse from drinking too much. I was laughing so hard. Well, that man bet 1,000,000 zeni, and I bet double. The man was confident he would win, but no. It was the opposite. On his last drink he couldn't hold it in anymore. And he fell backwards. After that his friends didn't want to pay me. And it seems there was a fight in the bar. It seems they all fought each other. One of them was thrown against the window, and he came out crashing into the garbage can. Truly that day was the best. I was laughing so hard I was dying. I got into the fight, and in the end I took my money. I took the man and took him to the hospital to get treated. And from there I disappeared to get to another place. And that's all. Well, not entirely. About 5 months ago I started running away from a woman. Well, 5 months ago. I was hired to find the whereabouts of people who disappeared. I searched and found around 20 or more burned people, and judging well I deduced that by the fire it was a dragon. Then I walked because I saw and they were footsteps of this one, and I followed it to a lair. I arrived and the first thing that happened when I entered was a blaze of fire. After that Drake was murmuring and said that aura. Issei run, you don't want to know. At that a large blue dragon appeared. And said, oh well, so you have come, damn standing lizard, and Drake said. Issei, I can't tell you anything now, just run. At that the dragon spoke again, and said, you have saved me the time of looking for you, damn infidel. Unfaithful, said Issei, partner, run. I don't know what was going through Drake's mind, but one thing is for sure, run, and I went all out prize up. I had no reason. But if Drake told me, it was surely something serious. I ran and ran. I got far enough away from that dragon, and well, Drake, you have something to say, all right mate, in a defeated tone. Well, what happens is that several centuries ago I was never a single dragon. What, if you hear me? Well, I had a partner, but it wasn't that crazy one. I see, continue. Well, I was telling you. A while ago I was coming back to be with my partner. But I saw a blue dragon. Apparently she was involved in a fight against demons, and she was at a disadvantage, when I looked closely. When she wasn't looking she was severely hurt, and I as a dragon wouldn't let simple demons treat a dragon like that. I went up to them and quickly killed them. I saw that dragon. I asked her name, and she told me her name was Tiamat. She was badly hurt. So I took her to a safe place and took care of her until she was completely healed. I went to see her every day. I told my partner about this so there would be no misunderstandings. She accepted but only gave me a warning, if you do something, you Castro. Those were her words to my dragon partner. I became somewhat terrified, and after that, days later, for some reason Tiamat was cured. When she saw me she launched herself at me, saying thank you. I don't know what happened at that moment, but from then on she began to stalk me. Days later I was with my dragon and she burst into the place, calling me unfaithful. I had told my partner about Tiamat before. So she understood, and came to the conclusion that she was crazy. So during the first centuries, we got rid of her. But then in a great carelessness of mine, she attacked me and almost killed me. If it weren't for my partner I would be dead, and after that I was sealed. since the damned Albion wanted to steal her from me and we entered into conflict. And that's how I ended up. Damn biblical God. And what happened to your partner? Did she die with the passage of age? Or I see. Sorry, Drake. Don't worry, buddy. That's life. And that's all. The same thing happened to my former carriers as to you. She's always stalked us to kill us. That means she'll be after me. Sorry, buddy. And before continuing to talk to him, a voice resonated from the trees that said, I found you an underdeveloped lizard. And just hearing that made Drake's skin crawl from the boss dead gear. I just stayed calm. Just seeing Drake like that was very funny. And before she attacked me, I gave a loud roar that was heard all over the place. And a blue flame of fire came out of my mouth. Thanks, Master Acnologia. And she fell to the ground saying, Will you continue to hurt me, damn Drake? I walked up to her and saw that a light invaded her, and she began to change shape. Wow, she really is beautiful. I carried her and just waited for she would wake up, so to avoid possible attacks. I used a little of my magic and created some power suppression chains. I just took precaution. Minutes later she woke up, and saw where she was and just said, Damn, now you're going to torture me, damn Drake. And I answered no. I just want to talk, and she said she wants a simple human carrier from me. Wow, that really hurt. I told her, I'm not a human. Well, I used to be, but then a fallen angel killed me. And I was reincarnated as a demon. But after some circumstances I became a 100% dragon. And that's what, she said in a tone that she didn't care. Wow, do you really hate all men? Yes, why? No, none. I laughed a little. And well, what do you want from my dragon carrier? I didn't just want to chat and ask you about something. And that's, you also did the ritual right, that. How do you know? It's obvious. Because I did it too. Now she didn't look at me with hate. You could say that we both felt empathy for each other. How do you like it if I take off your chains? But on the condition that you don't attack me. I accept, she said, and Issei undid his magic. Do you want us to go to a place where we can talk better? And so they both leave there and head to a bar. Upon entering, just like the first time with Acnologia, they both sat at the bar and got a bottle of apple liqueur and started drinking. And Tiamat talked about her ritual, accepting that she did wrong. Since at that moment she went crazy for Drake. And did a lot of crazy things. But I did the ritual. I knew I was doing wrong by wanting to steal the partner of someone he already loved. So every time I wanted to apologize, it seemed I still wanted to kill him. I don't know why, but a dragon's instincts are so sadistic. And Drake from the boosted gear only thanked Issei for saving him from future attacks. And you, why did you do the ritual? And I explained everything to him about how the girls were abandoning me and how each leader knew about the relationship of each of them with those people. I told him that I faked my death 3 years ago. And Tiamat was surprised, and she could also understand my pain, and for what I went through, in the end, and I omitted that my teacher was Acnologia, that if I would have made her go backwards. I don't know what happened, but that night I remembered it as the first time 3 years ago, when I took my first drinks with my late teacher. And the same thing happened. She ended up so drunk that she fell to the ground. I picked her up and we left there, and we went to the cabin where I used to be. When I entered, I laid her down on the bed, and I headed outside the house. I still wasn't satisfied, and I went back to the bar and drank so much that I started a fight with a lot of people there. I don't know what time it was, but I left there with some blood on my knuckles. And behind me there were a lot of people lying on the ground. Broken tables. And one or another with their head in the toilet. Others that were unconscious outside there. Broken windows. Even the bartender, he drank so much that he joined the fight with me. He already knew me and Acnologia, so I just relived old memories. I left there and went home. I was very drunk and dizzy. I lay down on the couch and fell deeply asleep, and days would pass where Tiamat fell in love with me. At first I didn't accept it. But when a girl at the bar gave me her number, winking at me, she intervened and said to leave her man alone. The girl knew how evil an angry woman could be. But without seeing Tiamat, she told me to call me, and I agreed, and since then Tiamat has tried to grape me, but in each attempt I always escaped from her. It's not that I don't like her, she's beautiful. Anyone would want to have her, but getting into a relationship is something I'm not ready for yet. She only told me that she would be willing to heal my heart and wait long enough for me to love her, but she only told me something that would make my skin crawl. You will be mine even if it's by force. And since then she has continued to grate me, and that's all I've done, master. I hope and someday let's see each other again. Cheers. I'll drink the whole bottle. I'll clean up his grave and leave, to continue my journey. April 4th my way. I cleaned your grave. I drank every last drop of liquor. Wow, I really love this, Drake. Well, of course, us dragons. We go crazy drinking that liquor. Is it normal in you? Haha. It's true, Drake. Well, now where are we going? I don't know. What? You know that we have no direction. Besides, we have been almost all over the world. Remember in America what we did? You're right. If it was a complete disaster. Well, how about going to some hot springs? I haven't had a hot bath in a while. That's because you don't want to. We always camp outside. And besides, you always bathe in cold water. If I know. Well, what are you saying? Well, yes, it would be okay. I know some hot springs. It will take us an hour and a half to get there. Let's go. That's what this concentrates magic on. Don't tell me you're going to take out your bike, said Drake. Don't remind me of that, Drake. Or I'll tell Tiamat that you called her crazy. No, please, Issei-sama. Anything but that, that's how I like it. Well, what was I thinking? Right, and that's when a sports bike materializes with the dragon logo in front. And wings on the sides of it. Well, what are we waiting for? On the go. And so I proceed and get on the bike. I turn it on and speed off from the deserted place where I was, minutes later. Drake, what do you think if we go all out? I thought you wouldn't say it. In that case. And I push the accelerators to the maximum. Wow, like I've never done this. It's incredible. While they were accelerating with everything, a patrol was following them. Look, buddy. We have company. Jew, what are you saying, Drake? If that's okay, buddy. Well, in that case. And so I accelerated again, everything at my pace. And I got away from the place so fast, minutes later. Did you see that? Yes. Ha. An hour later. We arrived. Wow, it's bigger than I remembered. Have you come here before? Yes, I came here 10 years ago with my family. Or I see. Yes. But it's changed a lot. Well, let's go in. Yes. Ha. Couple of idiots. They don't know what awaits them. While we checked in. Let's continue. Excuse me, miss. I want a room for 3 days. And when he saw a beauty with blue hair that he recognized perfectly, and I instinctively jumped back. What are you doing here? Or excuse my rudeness, sir. I am the owner of this place. What? Yes, sir. I will make your reservation in a moment. Your room is ready. It is 12. Here are your keys. You can use the hot springs as you wish. Thank you. And he left. Issei. He didn't believe it. Drake, do you understand this? I have no idea, partner. Well, we are here now. What would be the point of running away? Again, if it is better to enjoy the 3 days and then we leave. Sounds good. Well, I arrive at my room. Everything seems fine to my liking, and that I walk towards the waters. And I take off my clothes, leaving them in the 6th and entering the waters, but with a certain dragon. Wow, that is something I did not expect, hee. Well, he is the only client for today. I was thinking of closing the inn for a weekend. I think today will be the occasion. Putting a sign outside the inn. That said, close for the weekend, come back later. Well, I think I'm a little sweaty. It would be better to go take a bath. With a malicious laugh, with our blonde, this is really refreshing, and you can say it, partner, with Tiamat. She was walking nearby. Upon entering, she took off her kimono, and showing all her complete beauty, and she walked near where Issei was, and opened the door. And there was Issei. He walked slowly towards him. and out of nowhere jumped towards his back, hugging him at the moment. Wait, Tiamat. What are you doing here? Sorry, but I couldn't hold it in anymore. I just decided to take a bath. What is wrong? Putting on a sad face, he would say something. But he stayed silent. Since he was feeling her bare breasts touching his back, and at this he came out of his thought. While Drake. Shit. It's her. So quickly disappearing the glove, Issei turned to see her to tell her no. But when he turned around, Tiamat took his lips. So this turning around while they were kissing, staying close to each other. While it was a clumsy kiss for her, so separating, and said, I'm happy that you are my first kiss. It didn't end since this kissed her. Now he took the initiative. Now it wasn't a normal kiss. This was more passionate than before. Instinctively Issei's hand slid into her breasts. So squeezing her nipple of this. While she was kissed by him, she only moaned with pleasure when they separated. They looked at each other fixedly in the eyes. And she hugged him and said, I love you, and I will never leave you. Now we are more than tied. It is no longer just a lust. What I feel is love. So, it didn't end because while they were hugging, Issei kissed her. But he was more passionate. Instinctively he lowered his hand, and then he pressed her ass, squeezing it. And Tiamat moaned. And they came out of there. In that they were out of the waters, and they began to kiss. Tiamat lowered his erect member from Issei, and began to lick it. And then put it in her mouth, while Issei moaned with pleasure, and he wouldn't be left behind. So he turned her over until he was close to her intimacy. He looked at her for a moment, and then began to lick her. While she moaned, at one point he touched a spot on her where he left her very sensitive. While she panted and said, Give me more, and Issei lifted her up and from one moment to the next put Tiamat on all fours. And she said, Go ahead. I'm yours from now on, go ahead. Use my body as you please. My heart is already yours. And Issei approached and kissed her, while he penetrated her. And he saw and some blood began to come out. While they were kissing she shed a tear. Not from pain, but from happiness. Now we are one. While she was kissing him. And he began to move, while he gave her strong thrusts. She changed position, Issei below, and she on top of him. While he penetrated her. She began to ride him. She took his hands while moving up and down, and they both said at the moment, I'm coming, and he shot his cum inside Tiamat, and at the moment they kissed and stayed like that for a moment, and Tiamat fell asleep on his chest, and he picked her up and took her to his room. When he saw her properly, a light invaded Tiamat's arm. She had made a mark of a red dragon on it, and at the very moment Issei began to get some lines on his right arm. And a kind of tattoo formed on it. Hey Drake, what is this? Issei asked, and Drake said, Buddy, you know that you marked Tiamat as yours, right? Yes, but, well, on your arm instead of her mark. It seems to be more different. What do you mean? Well, she clearly loves you. And she transmitted her feelings to you a while ago. I think that when you got that mark it means that you are not only of her, but there is something stronger that ties them together. I mean, in other words, you and she were born to be together. What, if you look closely at Tiamat? And looking closely, you not only had the dragon mark, but on the left side you also had the same tattoo as him. Wow, buddy, you and she were born in different times, and yet destiny brought you together. I saw that, yes, and he smiled and looked at Tiamat sleeping and approached and kissed her. The moment she woke up, you kissed me. Yes, I did. Really, I couldn't ask for more. Tiamat said, and so they both hugged, and for the first time Issei felt happy, and she in a mischievous voice said, Did you know that I closed the inn for a weekend? I don't know, but we could have the inn for ourselves, and Issei whispered to her, I still want to. And she looked at him, and he kissed her very passionately. Instantly Issei threw himself next to her, and so 3 days would pass where Issei and Tiamat had a lot of sex, to the point that on the last day they both slept all day, while this pair of lovebirds enjoyed their weekend. In another part of the planet, specifically Qua, there are many people who are depressed. In the first year they all locked themselves away. They didn't eat. They hadn't seen the light of day in a long time. In the second it was the same. The parents, friends and acquaintances tried to make them see reason. But it wasn't enough. In the third they started dating again. But even with the sadness they continued a little ahead. But from the Olympians they found out that they had released the Titans from Tartarus, and at this time a war was being fought between Olympians and Titans. So each leader helped in the war. But during those 3 years of peace, none trained and they only lost 30% of power. So at this time they require all the help possible. So they hire mercenaries and all that kind of allies. So they investigated that 3 years ago a mercenary operated between humans and the supernatural. It is said that he has never lost a fight. He even defeated a dragon by himself, and the mercenary was given many names. So they asked the DXD group to look for the subject and bring him to the battlefield. Zerzek did not want to involve the group, so he gave them the easiest tasks, so they would not suffer another loss. With Issei, this one got on well with Tiamat. He told her that he would continue his journey. She insisted on accompanying him, but he refused. I don't want to involve you in this. He took my face, gave me a kiss, took his things and left. He told me that he would come at the end of each month. That would make me very happy, even if he was not by my side. I'm sure that he loves me. He doesn't say it yet, but one day I will make you tell me you love me, my dragon. With Issei, well Drake, let's go. Let's go. I heard that there is a war. Would you like to go there? Of course, partner. Then what we hope on the way. Chapter 5 Tartarus. My return. 51/3. It's been 2 days since I left the inn and left Tiamat. I still can't believe we made it 3 days. Yet she loves me. This feeling I'm feeling right now. I'm not sure. But she's shown me that no matter how many times your heart is broken, in this world there will always be someone meant for you. She saved me. If she had never come into my life, maybe I would have sunk into darkness. She came to be my light. And this tattoo proves it, as I drive at full speed. I got so deep in my thoughts only to see that I strayed from my path and was heading towards Kyoto. I didn't notice and just kept driving. I got far enough and I realized where I was. And I just disappeared the motorcycle and walked through Kyoto without a fixed direction. I didn't know what day, month or year it was. It seems that I had gone far enough of the world, and at that moment a little snow fell from the sky and I just felt nostalgic. Because it seemed like it was winter. I just stood there watching the snow start to fall. Wow, this is really beautiful. It's been a long time since I felt like this, and I started to get cold. And I walked until I reached a clothing store, so I went in and bought some clothes to cover myself from the cold. I still had time to be here, so it didn't hurt me to remember old times. I hid my power very well so as not to be detected by the yokais, and I walked all over the place. I got to where there was an academy, and when I saw clearly a girl about 13 or 14 years old came out. She was running and you could see she was going to hug someone. I don't know what happened at that moment, but I easily recognized that little face. That girl was Kanu. And yes, she went to hug someone. A lot of people had passed by and I didn't see, but as she dissipated she hugged an older blonde. I can't believe it. She was Yasaka, and I heard how they were talking. Mom, can we go get some ice cream? Of course, Kudak-chan. I love you, Mom. And I love you. And they passed near me. Around them, I saw myself as a stranger. They continued on their way. So did I mine. But Yasaka turned in my direction. And she felt something. Mom, is something wrong? No, nothing, Kudak-chan. Let's continue, Jay. That young man seemed familiar to me, with Issei, even though some people didn't betray me. I knew at that moment, by faking my death I knew that this would happen. It was selfish of me. I didn't know at that moment. But the pain that I caused to many people by causing my death was one of the many mistakes that I made in my time of life. So I can only wait. And I just continued walking, watching how everything around me changed. These 3.5 years of absence were a lot. Kudak-chan was no longer a child, and Yasaka became more beautiful than before. I walked and just wanted to keep looking, but the instinct to drink took over, and I entered a bar. I sat at a table and ordered some of my favorite liquor, and I started to drink. There is no turning back. That's what I thought when I saw my old acquaintances a while ago. Everyone has already made their life, and I mine. I decided to take this path. I could have died, but my will to live was stronger thanks to Drake. It was good to see this place once more, but I think I'll only stay a day and then I'll leave. Meanwhile, a certain group had been finding the whereabouts of the being they were looking for. If that information is correct, we are one day away from reaching that place where it was last seen. A redhead spoke. Guys, if we want to continue, we must recover energy. We have flown for a while and I noticed that you are already tired. It will be better to find a place to spend the night. J. Butcho. Well, let's go, and they start to walk. Meanwhile, with Issei, well, it will be better to find a place to sleep. I paid for my drinks and left the bar, and I start to walk through Kyoto to look for a good place. I walked while it was getting dark and the snow was falling. I kept walking, and from far away among the crowd a red hair was seen, redder than blood itself. I would recognize that color. I walked to see who it was. If my suspicions were true, she is, and when I walked enough and saw a group made up of my old classmates. I looked closely, and in the group was Rias, Asia, Aquino, Xenovia, Irina, Rossweisse, Kiba, and finally Gasper. Wow, it really is them. I saw them from a distance somewhat far away, and I noticed, wow, it really has been a while. I looked closely and I noticed how all of them had faces a little more mature. As always, the beauty of the girls was much. I was happy for them, and I said, well, it would be better to go now, and I walked. They passed by my side. I looked at the girls for a moment, and just smiled. My smile was noticed. They turned around. But I had already disappeared, and they felt an oppression in her breasts. And Kiba spoke, hey, is everything okay? And they reacted, no, it's nothing, let's continue. And Kaneko could feel my heat, my aura. And she just kept looking in the direction where I walked, and then she turned around to continue on her way while I walked towards a hotel where I would spend the night and then I would leave. With my old companions, they walked, and after a few minutes they would meet Yasaka. She smiled at them and they talked to her about what they were doing here in Kyoto. She offered them lodging in her palace. They accepted and would spend the night there. But they slept and dreamed of that guy. They knew that smile from somewhere. At the moment each one woke up, since it was daytime, and they saw and Kuna had gone to wake them up, and so the day would pass where the girls thanked Yasaka for the lodging and left since they had a mission. While Issei had already left Kyoto and was now heading to where there was a war. While he was driving his motorcycle, Drake spoke to him in his mental space. Mate. What's up, Drake? Well, you haven't spoken since yesterday. Since you saw those girls, don't worry, Drake. I'm fine. You know that sooner or later I would deal with it. Chapter 5. 2/3. You and I knew it from the beginning. We knew that one day we would see them again. Yes, I know, buddy. But I didn't expect it to be so soon. Don't tell me that the same thing happened to the old carriers. Yes, but it's not the same as it happened to you. In your case. But yes. That's how it was. In your case, you had the chance to live. It didn't go like it did for them. Maybe they died from abandonment, yes, or I see. Then that was it from the beginning. That was our destiny. But cheer up, buddy. You have the chance to choose. True, thanks to our determination we both survived. Although if you had died, I wouldn't have changed carriers, few. For me, seeing my carrier die again for the same cause was already a suffering for me. All my carriers were friends and battle comrades. Even so, seeing them die was too much for me. The love, the fall, the hate, the power, the domination was always like that. Our trigger was always hate, a heartbreak, a loss. Wow. I can imagine the pain you had to go through. That's right, buddy. Well, it's not time for sentimentality. Or yes, not at all, Drake. Then what are we waiting for? A fight awaits us. What are we waiting for? On the move, Jay. Accelerating to the maximum while with the Gremory entourage. Rias Bucho. What's going on, Asia? Excuse me, but you feel strange too. What do you mean? Well, since yesterday I don't know, but I've felt a tightness in my chest, a pain, since we were in Kyoto. Or. I see, so you too, maybe you feel the same. That's right. I had a dream. When we were walking, a boy passed by. He looked at us for a second. He smiled at us and then disappeared. Wah. You also had the same dream. Maybe you do too, Asia. Yes, Rias-sama, but the strangest thing is that when I think about that smile, for some reason it makes me feel happy and sad in some way. I want to end this and go home once and for all. I understand you. We all want the same thing. But you know that it is up to us to bring that man. If we inform ourselves correctly, his power will be good in the war against the Titans. Butcho is right. Then let's continue to Asia. Jai. With Issei, well, there are only 2 days left and we will arrive at the battlefield. I hope they can give me a good fight, or as the master used to say, give a good dance. You guys never change, said Dragonic heritage. He passed his will to me. You don't believe it? You're right, partner. With Drag. I know you more than anyone. That ritual had made you forget your feelings. But even so, you still have the memories you spent with them. And a first love is not forgotten. Of all my carriers, you are the rarest. Mataku. With the Gremory members. Then he stopped here but disappeared out of nowhere. I see. Thank you very much for the information. Bye. Well, guys, English, here ends our mission. The deadline was 4 days. If we did not find him, we had to return to the battlefield. Gather everyone, we will teleport through the seal that Sama gave us. J. Butcho, in the name of the Gremory clan. Take us to Olympus. And the transport seal reacted to the magic and they disappeared. With the other factions, Zerzek, what's happening, Odin? We received a notice that the offensive squadron has fallen. Wah. How is it possible? That squadron is in charge of Poseidon. How is it possible? The attack squadron has evacuated them. If this continues like this, we will not last 2 days. Call Azazel, said Zerzek. All right. Minutes later, Azazel arrives with Tannen. What's happening, Zerzek? I need you in the offensive squadron. We need to evacuate the wounded. All right, I will give you time. Come on, Fafnir. Like this, taking his spear balance break. So wrapped in golden armor. On the way, will you accompany me, Tannen? Of course. Let's go. And so leaving at full speed, both of us, with Zerzek. I didn't think it would be so difficult. With Zeus, damn Ares. Wake up, damn it. When this war ends, you will pay for your betrayal. Zeus-sama, what's going on? Poseidon-sama's squadron. What's wrong with him? He's fallen. Wah, where is he? He's badly hurt. The doctors are treating him. He was pierced by the Titans. Damn. Take me to him, as I ordered, and this one is with his daughters. What's happening, father? If in the worst case something happens, I want you to flee. We won't let you. You are the most precious thing to me. If something happens to you, I wouldn't forgive myself. Just go and hide. But father, it's an order. Okay, father. And this one hugs them. I didn't want this to happen. Sumani. No, father, sorry for being weak. I have to go. Half a day later, Onii. Sama, we arrived. They found him. Unfortunately not. I see. Well, I need you to help treat the wounded. Hey, Rias. What's happening? He planned to go to the battlefield. What? If something happens, please take care of the military. No, Oni-sama. Don't ask me for that. You must go back with us. And that smiles Zerzek. Sorry, Rias. But my obligation as Mao and ally is to watch over my people and companions. See you, Onii-sama. No. And this one went to support Azazel and Tannen, a day later. Hey, partner. What's up, Drag? We have to go to Tartarus. That's where the war is taking place. Okay. And this one is going there. An hour later, Zeus-sama. Half of our warriors and allies have fallen in battle. Damn it. We're going there. As Zeus-sama ordered minutes later. What's wrong, Tannen? You can't keep up anymore. Jump. Look who's saying it. You can barely stand up. Touche, hey you two. Why are you fighting? said a Zurzek who was bleeding from the head. And clothes were torn. Look who's saying it. What are you saying? The first to fall English invites the first round. They accept, deal. In that a Titan attacks Tannen and sends him crashing. Curse, said Azazel and Zurzek. But this one threw energy to Zurzek and went flying against the mountain. Sorry Azazel, but Tannen and I lost. Even though I was with a lot of blood and was left half dead and unconscious there. No, Zurzek, screamed Azazel at the top of his lungs, and he took his spear and sent it against the Titan. But he only deflected it with a simple finger, and Azazel's armor was destroyed and he fell to the ground and just looked at the sky waiting for his death. But it never arrived since the last Olympians had arrived to the place of battle diverting its attack that was against the leader of Gregory, and Zeus said, sorry for being late, and he laughed and said, they do not arrive at the moment where the fun begins falling unconscious Azazel and that Apollo would arrive in his carriage. Father, I came to help you. I told you to take care of your sisters. Leave it, said Poseidon, still a little hurt. It would be better if you take those 3, pointing to the Mao dragon. And the fallen one, okay Apollo, help me take those 3 and then return with your sisters. Okay, taking the 3 and taking them in his carriage. With the 4 remaining gods, hey Poseidon. What's happening? You and Ares are still injured. So you'll be my defense. I'll be in front, you two cover my back. Okay brother, very well, come on you bastards. And in that a large number of Titans began to surround the 3 gods, with Apollo. I must hurry, these 3 are very injured. Plus the Mao. So he would arrive at the base in a few minutes. With Issei, while there they are, and he looked like several kilometers away there were many Titans and you could see lightning falling on the place. Well, we'll get there in 30 minutes. So going there, with Apollo, he would have already arrived and asked for the 3 injured to be treated. Several clans would arrive. Rias-sama, what's happening? Unfortunately, the Phoenix tears have run out since they treated all the injured. We're sorry, but we can't cure them. He can't, Bing was crying. Rias, Asia, you can use your sacred gear to heal him. Sorry, Butcho. But I treated almost everyone and my magic is scarce. Sorry, it can't be. In that Michael arrives and says I can't do much, but with this they will be safe for a while, until the rest of the alliance comes with supplies. For now we can only wait for a miracle to happen. In that from the sky 3 figures approached, and in that they crashed, forming a crater, and when the smoke dissipated from there Zeus came out. Poseidon and Ares. With many wounds, that damn Hades, nobody could do anything now. Nobody could face the Titans, each leader. Mao. Angel. Fallen. Yukai. Olympian and Asgardian could not do anything to them. Nobody had the power to fight. Each Titan headed towards them, about to attack, behind each of the leaders. A flash of light passed at full speed and immediately it gave a high jump and punched the Titan in the jaw, thus sending him flying. Everyone opened their eyes since they were about to be killed. They closed their eyes to wait for their end, but someone saved them. They saw and a being was flying in the sky. And they looked and the Titan that was about to attack them was several meters away, lying on the ground unconscious. Chapter 5 Part 2 of 3. We are sorry, but we cannot cure them. It cannot be, was crying Rias. Asia, you can use your sacred gear to cure it. Sorry, Butcho. But I treated almost all of them and my magic is scarce. Sorry, it cannot be. In that Michael arrives and says I cannot do much, but with this they will be safe for a while, until the rest of the alliance comes with supplies. For now we can only wait for a miracle to happen. In that from the sky 3 figures approached, and in that they crashed, forming a crater, and when the smoke dissipated from there Zeus came out. Poseidon and Ares. With many wounds, that damn Hades, nobody could do anything now. Nobody could face the Titans, each leader. Mao. Angel. Fallen. Yukai. Olympian and Asgardian could not do anything to them. Nobody had the power to fight. Each Titan headed towards them, about to attack, behind each of the leaders. A flash of light passed at full speed and immediately jumped high and punched the Titan in the jaw, sending him flying. Everyone opened their eyes as they were about to be killed. They closed their eyes to wait for their end, but someone saved them. They saw and a being was flying in the sky. And they looked, and the titan that was about to attack them was several meters away, lying on the ground unconscious. Chapter 5 Part 2 of 3. We are sorry, but we cannot cure them. It cannot be, was crying Rias. Asia, you can use your sacred gear to cure it. Sorry, Butcho. But I treated almost all of them, and my magic is scarce. Sorry, it cannot be. In that Michael arrives. And says I cannot do much, but with this they will be safe for a while, until the rest of the Alliance comes with supplies. For now we can only wait for a miracle to happen. In that from the sky 3 figures approached, and in that they crashed, forming a crater, and when the smoke dissipated from there Zeus came out. Poseidon and Ares. With many wounds, that damn Hades, nobody could do anything now. Nobody could face the Titans, each leader. Mao. Angel. Fallen. Yukai. Olympian and Asgardian could not do anything to them. Nobody had the power to fight. Each Titan headed towards them, about to attack, behind each of the leaders. A flash of light passed at full speed and immediately jumped high and punched the Titan in the jaw, sending him flying. Everyone opened their eyes as they were about to be killed. They closed their eyes to wait for their end, but someone saved them. They saw, and a being was flying in the sky, and they looked, and the Titan that was about to attack them was several meters away, lying on the ground unconscious. Chapter 5 3/3. Everyone was surprised. Someone had saved them from certain death. The question is, who is that guy who had just saved them? Issei had just thrown the Titan and said a few words. Jump, how weak. With this punch he wouldn't have even moved from the spot, my master. You are weak. And he moved away from there and went to where most of the Titans were. At the moment the Titan that fell had gotten up. Issei stayed analyzing possible strategies of what fighting style he would use against them. He stayed like that for a moment. And several Titans launched themselves into the attack. The resistance that remained there said they were lost. There was no way out. Issei came back to himself and already had a plan, but it was too late. The biggest Titan took advantage and hit him, and he flew out. The leaders, thinking that it was over, were left with their mouths open. Issei crashed and many rocks fell on him. Some who could still move went to try to help him. As Issei approached, he came out of the rubble and walked slowly. He shook off the dust that was on him. A member of the Alliance saw him and said, "Are you okay, kid?" Yes. That blow was so weak that it only tickled me. I just realized that they are a little weak. Well, it's time to counterattack, so leaving at a speed. And I was a few meters away from them. And he was holding his fingers. Well, who starts? And all the Titans surrounded him. Well, so all against me. Well, it doesn't matter. Well, if the opportunity for a good dance presents itself, I hope it's worth it. And he removed some gravity seals. Well, now I feel my body lighter. Let's start. And he put on his protective cloak, and he flew in the direction of the Titans. And quickly he used some magic and created some chains that came out of the ground and held some Titans. And he quickly created another chain. And chained Kronos by the neck. Well, this will keep you busy until I take care of the others, but just in case. And he gave a roar from where an energy wave came out that collided with him, leaving him a little hurt. With the whole faction. Hey, who is that person? I don't know, Zeus-sama. But whoever he is, I appreciate you helping us. With Issei, wow, so you resist, but this ends now. And he looked at the sword of Olympus and took it, in that it began to drain a lot of energy from Issei. It would be better to finish quickly, and he jumped and stuck the sword in Kronos' chest. And he gave a great scream and said, "Damn, you won't get away with this." We'll see. Issei stuck the sword in him more. In that the energy began to come out of this one, and instantly Issei had absorbed it. And Issei said, "Wow, what power!" And a blue aura invaded Issei's body. So this is the power of a Titan, he, Omoshiroi, very well, one less. Who's next? And each Titan ran to attack him. Issei rose to the sky and said, "I hope and survive this." And in his hands he concentrated a lot of energy. At great speed he touched each Titan on the shoulder, and a magic circle appeared on them. The spectators said that technique is identical to the Heartbreak. How is it possible? With Issei, well now, checking his fingers, The magic circles were activated and a great explosion occurred to the Titans. The smoke dissipated and each Titan was still standing. And all the spectators were in disbelief that explosion should have been more than enough. But they didn't finish since each Titan began to fall, jump. They didn't even serve as a warm-up. He sticks the sword in the ground and begins to walk near the Titans. And he begins to recite a chant. And an aura began to come off all the Titans. In that all that energy entered Issei. It would be good to have these powers, in that he created chains, thus tying each monster. The factions, they were nervous. Who was that guy? He fought with so many at once and he doesn't even look exhausted. He turns to look at them and he walks towards them. Every present SR gets nervous. He walked and everyone moved aside. Issei, still with the sword, walked and arrived and stood in front of Zeus. And they looked at each other for a moment and Issei spoke. "This is yours. I'll give it back to you," and he took the sword. The energy that he had taken from Issei began to surround Zeus. In that instant he regained his energy. Zeus looked at him and said, "Thanks for saving us." And he walked and said without turning to look at him, "You're welcome, Zeus." He walked and saw his former companions there. He stepped aside and looked at them, and continued on his way to where they were. Zerzek, Tannen and Azazel very wounded. This sack of a pocket dimension, a small box. Rias spoke. "What do you think due to them?" He didn't look at her, see her, and just said, "Calm down. He is almost at the edge of death. If I don't treat him in time, he can die." And from the case he took out 3 bottles that he gave to the 3 of them to drink. He waited a few seconds and a red aura covered his body and his wounds began to close. He smiled. Something that everyone saw as he smiled. And the pain that the girls had felt became present again in each one present there. The entire faction wanted to thank him, but they didn't. They weren't afraid of him. But they didn't know how to talk to him. So they just watched what he did. Issei put the case away and walked away from there. He went to Zeus and whispered in his ear, "Hades escaped to Earth. I'll leave you the rest." And walked. While he was walking, his combat clothes disappeared, and a light invaded the place. Changing from the clothes he had in Kyoto, he summoned his motorcycle and got on it. He turned it on. And before he was leaving, Michael stopped him and said, "Who are you, boy?" He smiled and the Gremory recognized that smile, the same one as in Kyoto. It wasn't a dream, it really happened. "It's him," they all said, and Michael spoke again. "Who are you?" Issei smiled and said, "No one you're interested in." Got on the motorcycle and left. Halfway there he was swallowed by a portal, and everyone present was very surprised. The women had hearts in their eyes. Apart from being strong, he's very serious. Wow. That man is my type. Every woman blushed a lot. They all saw their Prince Charming, and from there, Prince Charming stole everyone's heart. The news reached the mouths of all factions, and they looked for him everywhere, but it seems the earth swallowed him, and they never heard from him again. Chapter 61/2. Well, who would have said that they were so weak? I think that the peace that they achieved thanks to me made them forget why they had been given the nickname of Overlord. Partner, what did you expect? 4 years without training for them, it was obvious that the paperwork stunned them. Ha ha ha. Did you see their faces when I did the Drees break? Yes, I saw them. I imagine that they must be looking for information about you. Ha. Yes, I believe it. Hey, I want to visit someone. You don't need to say it. I know what you think. And it's been 4 years without seeing you. Go boy. J. Minutes later, look. Nothing has changed in these years. As much as I would like to knock on the door, see them and hug them, it's something that I can no longer do. I was halfway to my parents' house, until I saw those 2 come out of the house. I saw them and couldn't hold back my tears, but I held back. I looked closely and their age was beginning to affect them. My mother still feels beautiful. They passed close to me. I smiled. For me, seeing them, even once, was enough. I got on the motorcycle and left. I toured the city for a few moments and passed where I saw her for the first time. I passed near the Core Academy and saw the students. I saw some acquaintances. I only glanced inside. But when I entered, I walked for a moment. And then I felt someone touch my shoulder and a voice said, "Where do you think you're going? Are you going to spy on women?" I turned around to see who it was. When I turned my face, the girl who was stopping me was somewhat angry, but when she saw my face, her anger changed to heart-shaped eyes and a blush. I looked and said, "You're wrong. I am a former student of this academy. I just wanted to relive old memories." I turned my face towards the inside of the academy and gave a sigh that sounded somewhat nostalgic. I smiled and said, "This place hasn't changed much either." The girl saw my smile and turned as red as a tomato. I turned to look at her and asked her, "And you are?" And the girl got over her blush and said, "My name is Yum Sasami. And I am the president of the disciplinary council." "A pleasure to meet you, Yum-chan," I said. And she said, "And you are?" "My name is Hayate Issei, a pleasure," the girl also said. "So you are an ex-student. Would you like a tour of the school? Is it possible?" "Of course," she said. "Then I accept," and then I went to my motorcycle and took it near the school, the girl thought. "Apart from being handsome, he is great." She sighed. Love at first sight. And Issei turned towards her and said, "Okay." She said, "Jay." And she took me by the arm. I just said, "Hey, what's up?" and she told me not to get lost, and I said, "Okay, then let's continue," giving her a sincere smile. And she just blushed. And we started walking around the school. I just looked around, remembering good times. I didn't even pay attention to what was happening around me, we just walked. Apparently I was attracting attention with my appearance and way of dressing. Among murmurs they said if I was a model, and others that joked, since the president of the disciplinary club had that handsome man in her arms. When I realized what was happening around me was when I was surrounded by a horde of women, asking me if I wanted to be her boyfriend, how many she had, if I was a model, and other things more, until Yum-chan spoke, since the mob of teenagers had knocked her down, and she said that they should go to their classrooms, but nobody paid attention to her. Until a teacher arrived. "Hey, everyone, go to your classrooms if you don't want to report with the director, Citri." And everyone present from there left, and said goodbye to me. And I just smiled at them and said, "See you soon." And each girl gave a sigh with heart-shaped eyes and a blush. And others who whispered, "Marry me and I'll cook for you for the rest of your life," and left. And they said to me, "Hey, who are you, child molester?" I said, "HAA." I looked closely and it was a brunette girl with a ponytail tied back, and I said, "I'm not a child molester, whatever. And by the way, who are you and what are you doing here?" And I answered, "Well, I'm a former student of this place and I just came by." I ran into the president of the disciplinary club and she offered to give me a tour, but I see she disappeared. And did you attend this academy?" I asked her. And the brunette told me if she attended the Kendo club 4 years ago. And I got chills because I remembered those beatings she received day after day from that club. And she introduced herself. "My name is Murayama and I am a teacher and advisor of the Kendo club." "Nice to meet you," that's what I said. "It seems you've changed a bit." "Hey," she said. "My name is Hayate Issei. It's a pleasure to see you again, Murayama-san." "What?" "Hayate Issei, the ultimate pervert. What happened to you?" He sighed and walked. And they didn't notice that a girl with glasses had heard everything and her bangs blocked his view while a couple of tears came out of her. "Hayate-san, you're back." While walking to his classroom hours later, all the students were beginning to leave school to go home. The girls were still talking about the young man from that morning, while they sighed to see him again. They saw that in the distance their Prince Charming was waiting on his motorcycle. When they were about to get closer, Murayama-sensei arrived. "That spinster just stole my future husband from us," with Issei. "Hello, you arrived. We're leaving." "Hey, we're going to leave in that?" "Of course." "Are you scared?" "Not because I should have it," in a nervous tone. "By the way, someone will accompany us." "Hey." "Who?" "Your old friend." "Who?" Until out of nowhere he was hugged from behind. "Hello, Issei-kyun. Hey, who is it? Wow, look at these arms. I wonder if And so he is beginning to touch his abdomen and chest. Wow, look at this. And the girl's murmurs were, "Oh, is that pervert? How come we have Kiryu-sensei as teacher? He Kiryu, it's you." And she listened and said, "I'll give you a lesson, my students." In that she lifted Issei's shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. In that the girls who saw that, they had a nosebleed and fell on their backs with faces of satisfaction. Very well, off we go. In that Issei got on his motorcycle and the two of them got on, but Kiryu beat Murayama and stood behind Issei, rubbing her breasts against him. But he didn't even flinch. It seemed his perverted stage was gone. Issei turned on his motorcycle and said, "Hold on," and accelerated, and they got out of there so fast. "Hey Issei. Come on, Mura-san. I know a good bar, you know how to drink. Just try me," he said. "This one I like that." To be continued, part 1 of 2. Greetings, my sons of good, or evil. What do I know? But this one didn't even flinch. It seemed his perverted stage was gone. Issei turned on his motorcycle and said, "Hold on," and accelerated, and they got out of there so fast. "Hey Issei. Come on, Mura-san. I know a good bar, you know how to drink. Just try me," said this one. I like that. To be continued, part 1 of 2. Greetings, my sons of good or evil. What do I know? But this one didn't even flinch. It seemed his perverted stage was gone. Issei turned on his motorcycle and said, "Hold on," and accelerated, and they got out of there so fast. "Hey Issei. Come on, Mura-san. I know a good bar, you know how to drink. Just try me," said this one. I like that. Caps 6 and 2 halves. While on the outskirts of Kwa, oh, so Issei is in this place. He mentioned something about this place to me. This place looks really nice. I think he'll be surprised to know that I couldn't stand being without him anymore. Every time he's by my side, the whole world stopped turning. And when we had our first kiss, that's when the earth stopped and turned between him and I. We looked into each other's eyes and said, "Wow." And more when we did it for the first time. I think I shouldn't have closed the end for the weekend. I should have closed it for the whole month. Oh, hi to Issei. I don't know what happened. But both my soul and heart are yours. And I could feel Issei's aura moving away from there. It won't hurt to follow him. After all, he's mine and I'm his, while sighing in love. Meanwhile with Issei. Here it is. Yes, it is here. Let's go in. There. Both chestnuts said, and they entered and went to sit down. The girls ordered beer. But since it doesn't have any effect, I would order apple distilled liquor. Cheers, toasting the three. A question. Why after 4 years you came back, and your new luck change? Mura-san said. Good question, Issei said. Well, how do I start? Right. Well, when I entered the Rias Gremory Club, my life changed. A lot of things happened. Anyway, I ended up madly in love with her. And Rias's father was someone who liked the idea of me getting engaged to his daughter. What? You were engaged? Engaged to marry? With Rias-senpai, yes. But let me finish. Sorry. Both girls said, well, after Rias finished university, she and I would get married. But in that, Issei sighed. What's wrong? No, nothing. Well, I said, I was going to marry her when I finished my studies. But everything changed after the trip to Kyoto. She began to distance herself from me. Day by day. Until one afternoon I confirmed certain rumors. What rumors? That she was in a relationship with her teacher. Yes, it was a terrible and cruel reality for me. Now I understand everything. Said Kiryu, was that why after the holidays you seemed depressed? Did you realize? Yes, I did realize. The whole school talked about it. I see, hee. But I fell into a deep depression because of it. After 3 months I almost got over it. After that I entered into a relationship with Rossweisse sensei. What? They both said. Yes. She supported me in my depression all that time. I moved forward thanks to her. But one afternoon I wanted to confess my feelings to her. She came and I confessed. I waited for an answer. But it happened again. She ran away. I got sad. Days later I found out that she quit and returned to her town. She left me a note where she didn't want me to look for them. That depressed me so much. even with wounds in my heart caused by arguments, and more when I knew her rejection. Even when I opened my heart once more, she just rejected me and ran away. After that, I disappeared. The pain won. And I just thought, I don't want to feel like this ever again, and I just left here. I left everything behind, and when I finished my story, I didn't realize. But Mura and Kiryu were shedding tears. Issei, we didn't know. What a sad story they both told. Sorry for reminding you of this. I smiled and told them. It doesn't matter. I've already gotten over it, but I didn't realize either. But some people at the bar heard everything, and the bartender approached me and said, Boy, this is an order, it's on the house. He patted me on the back and walked away. I sighed and said, Tell me how these last 4 years have been. They told me a lot of things, like Sona Citri, Qua's director, and Tsubaki, her assistant. I asked about Matsuda and Motohama, and they sighed. Well, those two took their perversion a bit too far. What, They tried to grape a first-grade girl, Drake. Well, sooner or later they would do something like that, you're right, Drake. With both chestnuts, and they were expelled and were taken to prison, and I don't know why, but it made me laugh. If I lose, I am evil. Ha ha, and I said, poor them. And well, and what has become of you two? Murayama answers. To tell the truth, in 3 weeks I'm getting married. Wah? I said yes. At that I raised my glass and said congratulations. I toast to my old friend. Cheers. Well, Issei, since we are old friends, would you like to come to my wedding? Nice to go, Mura-san. At that Kiryu approaches me seductively. Hey Issei-kyun. Is there a girl in your life for now? 2 tables away, a certain blue-haired girl sitting with some jealousy. Damn brat, how do you rub it in her like that to my man? I'll kill you. She said, Miss, can I help you with something else? Bring me a bottle of apple liqueur, as I ordered. With Issei. To tell the truth, 1.5 years ago I met someone. Hey. That's right, she's, like that. She's loud. A little jealous. And obsessive. She heard all of that and a depressive aura came over her. Issei no baka. You think that about me? But... And Issei speaks, and she raised her face. But despite everything, she has shown me her love for me, and she is loving. She is beautiful. And I like that she is jealous. Since she shows me the love she feels for me. And that Issei feels for her, they both said. And Tiamat wanted to get closer to listen. But what she would hear would make her cry with happiness. I think I love her. I have never told her. But let's keep this a secret. I will tell her when it is special, J, both girls said. Until that will not be necessary. What? And Tiamat uncovered her face. Tiamat is you. What are you doing here? Issei, who is she? Is who I told you about. Wow, she is beautiful. Parcha and Angel Achu. Hey, something is wrong, Gabriel. No, nothing, it's just that I feel like someone just stole something from me. Well, it doesn't matter. With Issei, you said. He. What did I say? I didn't finish speaking because I saw how Tiamat kissed me, and it happened again. That same sensation, everything became cloudy for me. Despite this kiss, time seemed infinite to me. It was just her and me. If this continues like this, I'll become addicted to Tiamat. Her sweet lips. Her essence. Everything would drive me crazy. Then we separated, and she looked me in the eyes and said, I love you. I kissed her again. My heart was beating 1,000 times an hour. We had to separate since my friends interrupted us. Hey, you too. We separated, but we were blushing. I presented Tiamat to them. I made it official. Now she is my girlfriend. I blushed for what was said, and she was happy. That beautiful smile was my salvation from the beginning. Some time passed and both brunettes left. Not without first giving me an invitation to her wedding, and they left. And while they were walking, Hey Kiryu, why were you flirting with Issei even knowing that you have a boyfriend? Who knows, it's the custom. Hee. With Issei, apparently she and I transported ourselves to the inn. This time she put the sign closed for 3 weeks for repairs. At the landlady, Now we really have a lot of time, Issei. Then she left her kimono showing her beautiful naked body. I approached her and began to kiss her. We walked and arrived at the bedroom. I laid her down on the bed and undressed, and we made love all night. Cap 7.5. Tiamat took off her kimono in front of me. Her big and beautiful sculptural body was fascinating. Every inch of her was the best. I approached her and planted a big passionate kiss. Those kisses were driving me crazy. I couldn't take it anymore. We continued basting until we reached the room. I couldn't hold back anymore. Lemons skipped. That touched their pride in their boyfriends, and Tiamat's moans were the switch in some couples. That from one moment to another they ended up in a hotel, meanwhile in a certain place where a certain battle was fought. That's it. They have just sealed the Titans to the deepest part of Tartarus. Well, and how are the 3 patients? They are already stable. I don't know what that young man gave them. But it was different from the Phoenix Tears. What do you mean? Well, if we know well. The Phoenix Tears heal a mortal wound, but what that boy gave them was different. Not only did it heal their wounds, but their energies returned. Really? And they already identified what was given to them? Unfortunately not. Whatever it was will remain a mystery. Well, that's all. I'm leaving Michael-sama, go ahead. And this one stay thinking, how troublesome, phew, Michael-sama, what's going on? Your presence is requested. Something happened. I don't know the reason, but your presence is required. Okay, I'm going. Minutes later, Michael enters with his escorts. I'm here. Something happened, in that he saw that those 3 were better now. Azazel. Lord Tannen? And you, Zerzek. Yes, it seems better than ever, I don't know what happened, but I feel like I can do anything. In that Zeus enters gathered his brothers. Hello? Greeted the god. Are better now if. Apparently. Well, we have good news. Have already sealed the Titans. That is cause for celebration. No. For us not. I do not deserve to celebrate something that I did not do. That no, you defeated the Titans. Have not informed you, informed that, said Azazel along with Tannen and Zerzek. Michael takes the floor. Well, after they fell unconscious, Zeus, Sama, and company arrived. But they also lost. That, while I will show you. And took out a small hologram where his hero was seen. Minutes later. It cannot be, said the 3. There is no being that could face a Titan, unless that boy. He is, said those present. He defeated them and then left. The good thing is to know that he was on our side. Zeus speaks. You know what is most curious? And everyone they turn to look at him. There is no possible being that could wield the blade of Olympus, unless he has my permission, in which case he wielded it without my permission. What? They all said, yes, he did. But without my permission. That sword drains all his energy. Let's take an example. He points to Zerzek. Take it. Throws the sword. He wields it. What's happening? My strength is going away, until he falls to the ground. You see. In less than a minute he fell to the ground. You see, what happened, and to be an overlord he must have a great amount of magic. And that boy wielded this sword for more than 5 minutes. What? And when he gave me back the sword he looked good, and the power that was drained from him he gave it to me, and when I felt that power, I felt capable of fighting the Titans alone and emerged victorious. No one uttered a word. That young man could have finished us all off if he wanted. It's true. When he started fighting them, he said they weren't even good enough to warm up. Everyone was very surprised, and then he stole their powers from the Titans of each one there. He recited a chant, and at that moment their power came out of them and he took it. We must find him and finish him off. He could be a threat to us. Everyone conspired with each other to find him and kill him, until Zeus spoke. Enough. If it weren't for him we'd all be dead. That boy saved your asses, you guys on the brink of death. Pointing at the fallen one. Dragon and Mao, when the Alliance ran out of magic power and supplies to save them, that boy did it. He used something he gave them to drink. If that guy had done something, we'd be dead, so enough. And be thankful, said a little pissed off Zeus. Then what does Zeus Sama propose? The most logical thing would be to find that boy and thank him as he must, and if you can turn him into an ally, you never know what will happen in the future. Imagine having to face the dragon of the apocalypse, and everyone turned pale at his words, since they know that he was capable of hurting God enough, to the point of almost killing him. Then we'll have to find that boy, bring him here and thank him properly. With that, each overlord and Olympian came out. They addressed a few words to the Alliance. We consider this battle over, and everyone started shouting with joy, "Pack your things. They're still waiting for you at home," the overlord said. "That same night in a certain room, Tiamat, I'm coming." Me too. Let's come together. And they both shouted as a sign of having finished. While in the house next door, "Finally we can sleep," said a woman in her 40s. "The youth of today, well, go to sleep. Until tomorrow, honey." I shouted too. "Yes, rest, love," with Issei. "I can't take it anymore," said Tiamat. 6 times I've come, we've done it for more than 2 hours. "I can't take it anymore," really, said Issei, and he put his fingers somewhere else. "No, Issei, not there. It's my first time." "Really, because mine too," and he put his fingers in more, and Tiamat moaned with pleasure. Louder than before. "I can't hold back anymore." And he put Tiamat on all fours, and from one moment to the next he penetrated her, and she screamed with pleasure, waking up the neighbors next door, and these two would continue doing it all night. Good news. They both remained satisfied. The bad thing is that the neighborhood didn't sleep thanks to Tiamat's panting. Cap 7 2/2. My mind has stopped thinking. Making love to Tiamat day and night without stopping, she moaned very loudly while I penetrated her. When we rested, it was either her or me. But I always provoked her and incited her to get excited. Or when she cooked, she always wore an apron. Really, that's all she wore. I sat down and she always moved her beautiful hips. That provoked me so much that I actually assaulted her right there. I whispered in her ear while caressing her, "But you like this," I said. She moaned thanks to my caresses. "Wait, Issei. If you do that, I won't stop." "Then don't stop." I carried Tiamat, and she wrapped her legs around my waist. She hugged me, then I undid the knot that tied the apron to Tiamat, and took it off. "Wow," I said. "In front of me I have a great beauty as a girlfriend." That made her blush. "Baka, what are you saying? Guides, hey?" And I kissed her so passionately. I walked slowly, since I wanted to continue like that a little longer. I think I walked wrong since I got to the hot springs. In a stumble I fell next to Tiamat into the water. But that didn't matter. We started to laugh. But we got closer and closer. We were face to face. We both looked into each other's eyes. In a moment we gave each other a romantic kiss. I hugged her. In the middle of the water I took off my clothes. I was completely naked, in a kiss. We sank under the water holding hands. Days later Tiamat wanted us to go on a date. "Of course I'll take you wherever you want," but what she said left me surprised. "I want you to take me to Kyoto. It's a beautiful place where I could live there." "No. We could live, what?" I said. "Yeah, I would like to know more about you. To know how you were as a child and all that." I smiled at him. "It's okay. I'll do anything for you, really." He came up to me and kissed me. "Sure, if that makes you happy." I am happy, in that she takes my hand and pulls me. "Here's where we're going, shoo," she said. "You just follow me." And I just let myself go. A day later, day of the date. Wow. Tiamat was wearing a blue and white plaid shirt and shorts, white sneakers, and her hair loose. I was dazzled by her beauty. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to feel even more sorry for you, because you would feel sorry for me. I'm just admiring my boyfriend's beauty. Or is it wrong for me to do that? No, none of that, it's just that. It's just that. You don't need to say it, Luz. I was wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, blue sneakers, and a brown leather jacket, and a handmade scarf that Tiamat made for me. We left. I took her hand and we transported. Minutes later we arrived at Kyoto. We began to walk. For my part, one showed her everything beautiful that was in Kyoto. I bought her a vanilla ice cream and I bought a chocolate one. We held hands and started walking. I showed her the academy where I used to study, then we walked, and we arrived at where I used to live before. I sighed and she hugged me. Calm down, Issei, I'm here. You'll never be alone again. You and I will be together forever. I turned around and hugged her. Thanks for everything. Without you I would be lost in revenge. You are my light. I love you. And we kissed. After we separated, we held hands and I suggested going to eat. 1 hour later, we arrived at the mall. I took Tiamat to buy clothes. She tried on a lot of clothes. The bad thing is that in every item she wore, she was inciting me. Until she tried on some very revealing bikinis. It was too much for me, but I managed to control myself. Yes, I managed to control myself from doing it right there with her, but I approached her and whispered in her ear, "Tonight you will pay for it." I bit her earlobe with a moan. And then I squeezed her butt. This time she really moaned. Maybe I got my revenge. Since I was very embarrassed, some employees could see what I did and they just blushed, and they said, "My boyfriend is not that bold. I would like one as muscular and handsome as that," and they sighed. I just laughed, and Tiamat was red. Apart from that, I left Tiamat somewhat excited. Haha, I laughed. I took her hand and planted a kiss on her. The couples that passed by there just blushed, since for some they already had several dates and had not yet reached their first kiss. And we walked. We were walking through the park. I did not realize, but it began to it's getting dark, and to my surprise it also started to snow. Wow. I've never seen it snow in Kwa before. It's the first time it snowed here. I realize that it's starting to get cold, and Tiamat starts to shiver. Hee hee. I giggled. Flashback. Tiamat, it would be better if you brought a sweater. You know that we're still in winter, and you know that us dragons are very sensitive at this time of year. It won't be necessary. Heh. Since by then you will hug me and give me your warmth. I will be safe in your arms, and too, I will be happy since you will take care of me. And flashback. I'll just do as you said, heh? At that moment I appeared behind her. And I covered her, and then I hugged her. I stayed like that for a moment, hugging her, until I separated from her. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Excuse me, Rias-sama. What's up, Kiba? What did Zerzek-sama say to you and Sona Citri? He gave us a mission. Actually, to everyone. Apparently the guy who appeared in the battle against the Titans. Apparently each faction leader wants to thank him. And for that they've given us the task of finding him. Or so I see. Although it's rare for Sona Citri's clan to reunite. Not after Saji stood out 3 years ago in the Chaos Brigade. Saving an advisor, and this one in gratitude promoted him to upper class. That was when his ego went up. Abandoned Momo and Ruruko. That was a big blow to them, since they were depressed. And the Citri clan almost distanced itself. If I miss Kiba, that in each meeting he insinuates himself to me and the others, saying that we should marry him, since as a bearer of the Dragon King Baitra, he doesn't even respect that Issei was once his friend. If I miss Bucho, if he oversteps with you again this time I will attack him, said Kiba. Let's hope that doesn't happen. While they were walking near the park they stopped, since in the distance they saw a certain blonde that they easily recognized. Bucho is him. While Kaneko entered her Nikomata state. And was left thinking, her aura is that of a dragon, and not only him. Also that blue-haired girl, but they looked closely, in that they see the blonde boy taking off his scarf and he brings it closer to the girl, pulling her towards him, to then see how they kissed. The girls felt a small oppression in their hearts. Look well, and they begin to disappear in a magic circle, and the girls didn't say anything, they just stayed watching how they would disappear while they showed each other what they feel for each other. And they just stayed while it began to snow a little harder. Hey girls, something is wrong. But he didn't receive any answers. Cap 8.5. My heart began to feel strange. A pain sprouted in me, and I think I was not the only one. Since the looks of Akino, Asia, Kaneko, Xenovia, Irina, Ravel, Rossweisse, and mine were the same, this feeling of pain in my chest was the same as that time when Issei kissed Asia. But the question is why? I have not stopped thinking about that smile of that boy since Kyoto, and to top it off, in the War of the Olympians against the Titans, same. I came out of my thoughts only to see that Kiba was calling us. Bucho. Bucho, react please. Me and the others reacted. Something's up, girls, said Kiba. Hey, no. It's nothing, we all said at once. Kiba directed his gaze to Kaneko. Could you track his aura around the place? I emphasized that yes. I searched the whole place with my radar. Gomen, Kiba-senpai. But it's impossible for me. He disappeared from Kwa. It's impossible for me to find his smell and aura. But I told the group that the aura of that boy was that of a dragon, thus surprising the others. Wah. The group said, well, it would be better to talk about this tomorrow with Zerzek Nizan. Rias said, for now it would be better to go home to rest. And everyone nodded yes. But as they all walked, the Gremory turned around and remembered that scene from a few minutes ago and only felt a pain in their chest, and they went home, after every supernatural being returned home. The announcement was given to all factions about their savior, and thus showing the video of that fight against the Titans, and how he left the place without receiving anything in return, and how he spoke to make all. That had a great impact on every supernatural being there. Some supernatural children showed respect towards that subject and won a new hero, apart from the deceased hero, the legendary Issei dragon, and on the other hand, the beauty and rudeness of their hero shot every supernatural woman, and a statement was given that some groups were assigned the task of finding him and bringing him to them, since with his help he won a title in each faction, among Olympians, as guardians, fallen, angels and demons, and on the other hand some renegades saw how he fought against those beings with ease. That would complicate things for the Chaos Brigade, and their attack that Rizvim would carry out, and on the side of the demons, the arrogant ones said, if I had been there I would have won easily. Some did not accept the blonde. When I see him I will challenge him and show all the factions that I deserve that title, were the thoughts of some. Haha, naive, this one will wipe out everyone. It will make them see how pathetic they are, if that includes you. Genshiro Saji. A week before Murayama's wedding, Issei was walking with Tiamat. Hey Tiamat. What's up, Issei? Well, what you said that time, what's up? What I said, that it would be beautiful to live in Kwa. Ha. That, said the dragon. Yes? Well, I wanted to know if you really would like to live there. Are you serious? Yes, we could buy a house, I said. Tiamat got excited and hugged me. What Tiamat didn't know is that the money that Issei dragon left, along with my work as a mercenary for 2 years, left a lot of money that I never used, and also what happened 2 years ago. Flashback. 2 years ago, I was walking quietly, and I saw in the distance how a group of people took a young man of about 30 years old in their hands, and he was saying, Sir, listen, this idea will bring you millions. But at the moment those men threw the boy out of the building, throwing his things too. I felt sorry for him, and I went over to help him gather his things. Hey, are you okay? Yes. It's just that things haven't gone well for me in every place I've gone. Or I see. I was going to get a drink, will you join me? I said, and tell me your idea. Really, thanks, said the young man, minutes later. Well, 2 years ago I invented a medical patent. Yes. Let's say it's a drink that cures any wound. Well, the fact is that in all the places I've gone, every time I show them this, they go crazy. Yes. They got scared because I tried to shoot myself. Yes. If I'm hurt and I show them what this can do, they'll surely support my project. And I thought, now I see why they think you're crazy. I like your idea. I can support you if you like. Yes, would you really be willing to give your money to anyone? In fact, I have a lot of money, and the truth is I don't use it. What better than to help you, to help other people? The boy approaches me crying, saying, Thanks, you are the first one who takes me into account. Thanks, calm down, friend. And I gave him the amount of more than 10 million zeni. He thanked me and a year passed. I met him again. But this time, he was dressed elegantly. I deduced that he did well. I approached and greeted him. Issei, it's you. I have searched for you heaven and earth. And you do not know how grateful I am to you, thanks to your help. In 5 months the campaign started. We launched the product, and since then we won many contracts all over the world and made an immense fortune. And since then I have been looking for you to inform you. You, my investor, that you supported me even when no one else did. And those who did not begged to invest in the company. The best thing was that since they made me my guards, they threw them out of the building. And there are many people who regret not having helped. Haha, well. How you helped me. You could say that you are the president of the company and what corresponds to you. And from his phone he took out an application where my money is. When I looked closely, my eyes jumped. Apparently he was the richest man, since it was a number of more than 12 numbers, apparently 8 figures that I gave. It became much more. Wait, I am richer than a Mao. Or more, haha, who would have said it? I wanted to give away my money. Only to find out that what I gave became more, ha ha ha. I laughed. And since then that money that I have has not stopped increasing day and night, and I investigated this cure. And I made some improvements, surpassing the Phoenix Tears. It not only cures a mortal wound, but also returns double your energies. If I were to give it a name, it would be Dragon Tears. I told my friend to take charge of that company since I do not like being the boss, and I told him that I was not interested in the money. But he insisted that if I was not the president, at least I should be the vice president. I accepted, with the condition of not reveal who she was, and that I hardly had to do any work. He accepted, and from then on my money keeps increasing. End of flashback. And what do you say, Tiamat? Yes, I want a small house big enough for us to start a family. I hugged her and said, and why don't we go see a house now, really? Yes. What you know about my perverted dragon? Giving her a kiss. Cap 8 2/2. Hee hee. Tiamat laughed because I had called her perverted. What's wrong? It's not that when you called me a perverted dragon I only felt like that. But if when we make love you always ask me for more, I said. And so leaving Tiamat red. Well, it doesn't matter. I put my arm out, and she took it like this, putting her hand on mine. And so we disappeared through a magic circle, minutes later. Well, here we are. What do you think if we see some houses? And she nodded happily, while fantasizing about how we would be as a complete family. Hey Tiamat. Are you okay? I said. No, nothing. And she lunged at me. Well, the truth is I was thinking about how a family would be with you. And I just felt happy. And I said, our house will be the best. And there we will see how our children grow up. I said. And she was with that beautiful smile that I love. You know. Issei said. What a thing. Tiamat said. Every time you put on that smile it makes me feel happy and warm. Being by your side has been the best. I said. And she only said, that and more. You and I will be together for all eternity. And I just stopped halfway from where we were. And I kissed her. While people passed by saying, what a beautiful couple. Showing their love. Minutes later. Look, Issei. This house is beautiful. Just going in to see it better. Like that she practically fell in love with it instantly. What do you think? She said. It's beautiful. And like that we bought the house. After that we moved our things here. At night while we finished arranging everything. Wow. All that in one day. Wow. It was a busy day. I said, laying down on the bed next to Tiamat. And so we both fell asleep. Since tomorrow would be my old friend's wedding, meanwhile in another residence. Specifically the Citri house. Hello, Sona-sama. Tsubaki greets her king. That's how Sona returns the greeting to her queen. What's up, Tsubaki? It's not that I asked the others that they would attend Murayama's wedding tomorrow. But they said they don't have the spirit. Not after what happened to Saji. They still haven't recovered right. No. They are still hurt that Saji broke his engagement with them. I only regret having reincarnated him as a devil. He would still be the same loser as always. And not an arrogant man who only wants the women of the underworld. Since he, being according to him the most powerful dragon king of all, wants all Inkados and women ASU side. Said Sona. And after Issei died and Vala disappeared from the world. Thus dying the security and the disappeared Hakuryuko. Being the bearer of Vitra he feels with airs of greatness. The best thing will be to help them get out of that depression. Well, Sona-sama, I will go to sleep and prepare my dress for tomorrow. Yes, I will do the same. Rest, Sona-sama. Likewise, Tsubaki. Sigh of Sona. Who will that blonde be? Wondering about the one who saved the factions of the Titans. If Issei-kun were alive. Like that he was going to sleep. The next day, Issei wakes up. And he opens his eyes. Seeing how Tiamat was on top of him, waking him up. Ojeo, he said. And Tiamat says Ojeo, approaching to give him a kiss. And she separates from him and says, come on, breakfast is ready. Like that he is going down the stairs. That same day in another place. Today is my day, said a brunette. Calm down, said another brunette with glasses. Yes, she is right, said a pink-haired girl. Yes, but not every day you get married, said Murayama. Well, you are right about that, said the other two there present. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. It must be the makeup artist. Like that, opening the door. While with Issei. It was delicious. Your food is the better, said Issei. Thanks, said the dragon. And Issei says, well, what do you think if we go out to look for a suit for me and a dress for you? And Tiamat nodded yes. Hours later, the guests begin to arrive at a church. Sona and her queen arrived after a few people. And so greeting the groom to congratulate him. Since just seeing him, he had a nervous face. The father who would marry both of them told them that it was time to enter. So each one entered the church. Sona and her queen are lucky that Michael granted them a blessing to some demons so that they could get married in a church. Obviously a saint would not marry them. But a demon would. Ha ha, how classic. In that the acquaintances of Issei arrived and noticed that Issei had not come to the wedding. Something that they did not like. Since they wanted to talk to him and his girlfriend. Hey Kiryu. What's up, Aika? You didn't come. Yes. I noticed. In that you see that the bride begins to walk to the altar. Receiving some congratulations from the guests. Already in that the ceremony began. Meanwhile, we are going to be late, Tiamat. Run. If you hadn't even taken long to put on many dresses. Sorry, Issei. But I wanted you to praise me. You know that I will always do it, love. Come on. In the moment they arrived at the church. They opened the doors of the church. And everyone turned to look. Surprise for two girls. Sona-sama, that is? Yes, it's him. In that Tiamat hops and says, sorry for being late. In that Kiryu says, Issei, why did you take so long so opening the door? While with Issei. It was delicious. Your food is the best. Issei said. Thanks, said the dragon. And Issei says, well, what do you think if we go out to look for a suit for me and a dress for you? And Tiamat nodded yes. Hours later, the guests begin to arrive at a church. Sona and her queen arrived after a few people. And so greeting the groom to congratulate him. Since just seeing him, he had a nervous face. The father who would marry both of them told them that it was time to enter. So each one entered the church. Sona and her queen are lucky that Michael granted them a blessing to some demons so that they could get married in a church. Obviously a saint would not marry them. But a demon would. Ha ha ha, how classic. In that Issei's acquaintances arrived and noticed that Issei did not had come to the wedding. Something they didn't like. Since they wanted to talk to him and his girlfriend. Hey Kiryu. What's up, Aika? You didn't come. Yes. I noticed. In that they see that the bride begins to walk to the altar. Receiving some congratulations from the guests. Already in that the ceremony began. Meanwhile, we are going to be late, Tiamat. Run. If you hadn't even taken long to put on many dresses. Sorry, Issei. But I wanted you to praise me. You know I will always do it, love. Come on. At the moment they arrived at the church. They opened the doors of the church. And everyone turned to look. Surprise for two girls. Sona-sama, that is? Yes, it's him. In that, Tiamat hopka and says, sorry for being late. In that, Kiryu says, Issei, why did you take so long opening the door? While with Issei, it was delicious. Your food is the best. Issei said. Thanks, said the dragon. And Issei says, well, what do you think if we go out to look for a suit for me and a dress for you? And Tiamat nodded yes. Hours later, the guests begin to arrive at a church. Sona and her queen arrived after a few people, and so greeting the groom to congratulate him. Since just seeing him, he had a nervous face. The father who would marry both of them told them that it was time to enter. So each one entered the church. Sona and her queen are lucky that Michael granted them a blessing to some demons so that they could get married in a church. Obviously a saint would not marry them, but a demon would. Ha ha ha, how classic. In that, Issei's acquaintances arrived and noticed that Issei did not had come to the wedding. Something they didn't like, since they wanted to talk to him and his girlfriend. Hey Kiryu. What's up, Aika? You didn't come. Yes. I noticed. In that, they see that the bride begins to walk to the altar, receiving some congratulations from the guests. Already in that, the ceremony began. Meanwhile, we are going to be late, Tiamat. Run. If you hadn't even taken long to put on many dresses. Sorry, Issei. But I wanted you to praise me. You know I will always do it, love. Come on. At the moment they arrived at the church, they opened the doors of the church, and everyone turned to look. Surprise for two girls. Sona-sama, that is? Yes, it's him. In that, Tiamat hopka and says, sorry for being late. In that, Kiryu says, Issei, why did you take so long? And they open the doors of the church, and everyone turns to look. Surprise for two girls. Sona-sama, that's it. Yes, it's him. At that, Tiamat hopka and says, sorry for being late. At that, Kiryu says to him, Issei, why did you take so long? And they open the doors of the church, and everyone turns to look. Surprise for two girls. Sona-sama, that's it. Yes, it's him. At that, Tiamat hopka and says, sorry for being late. At that, Kiryu says to him, Issei, why did you take so long? We thought they wouldn't arrive. Sorry, Kiryu. But she was pointing at Tiamat. It took her a while to try on a lot of dresses, and Tiamat was blushing with embarrassment. And then Sona and Tsubaki were in shock. So they were left like that, impacted. Then Tiamat takes Issei's hand and they start walking to sit down. As they pass by, they notice how the women were devouring Issei with their eyes. And the men Tiamat. And they both just laugh. And they hold hands better. And they pass where Sona and her queen were. And he looks at her and smiles. And walks past them. And they only think about what they had just heard. An hour later. Party hall. The married couple was dancing. Issei and Tiamat were at a table next to Kiryu with her boyfriend and Aika as well. While they were talking, at another table was Sona and Harena. What does Sona plan to do? Tsubaki asks. I'll call Zurzek-sama. Don't wait. Before doing that, let's talk to him. And ask him if he is Issei. Okay. In that, Sona approaches Issei's table. In that, Issei sees that Sona and Tsubaki approach him. And Issei tells Tiamat that he will be back soon. Tiamat understood that she was going to become her boyfriend and only says, don't take long. And Issei approached and kissed her. When leaving, Aika and Kiryu asked Tiamat many things about how Issei is. And she talks to them about him. And Tiamat asks both of them about what Issei was like when he was young. And these, out of pure evil, they tell her all the perversions of what Issei did in his academy days. With Issei, this, she went outside to get some air. Then she sees Sona and her queen arrive. And he says hello? And they just said a slightly dry hello. And he notices it. Then Sona says, who are you and why are you called Issei? She answers, she said. He just smiles and says, you never change, Taicho. He will always be serious. And Sona was shocked. You're lying. Issei died almost 5 years ago. He died at the hands of the Chaos Brigade. And he materialized his glove. And Drake's voice said, "Hello, ladies Citri," politely greeting both girls, and they said, "Security. How is it?" And Drake says, "Partner, why don't you tell them better?" And he nods. "I am hired to Issei. That perverted boy who disappeared that day." "No. The one who died that day," said this one. A calm tone. And Sona with tears in her eyes. "Issei is you." In that she approaches him and slaps him. Because you faked your death. Because you disappeared. Because you left Rias and the others. And why did you appear out of nowhere? And he turned around. Because. And he just says, "It was because of them." Looking at the sky. "Hey, what do you mean?" said Sona. And Issei said, "You better than anyone should know." She said, "You knew that Rias and the other girls were cheating on me with other boys," said Issei in a calm tone. And Sona says, Me. And he raises his hand. "Let's leave it like that, Sona." And Issei tells him his story. "Well, after what happened in Kyoto, Rias and the others started to distance themselves from me. Rias and Akino went to college and didn't spend time with me anymore. I passed a year and they changed my class. And I wasn't with the girls anymore. Days passed and I didn't talk to them anymore. Something inside me worried me. I knew something was wrong. Some rumors spread in the academy. And it was that Rias and Akino had a relationship with their teacher. Something in me felt sad to know. So I decided to talk to them. Rias and Akino said that they only loved me. And to make up for the misunderstanding, they let me touch their breasts. At the moment I did. Involuntarily my ability to read hearts acted. And inside their hearts I was no longer there. I only saw kisses, dates. Something inside me broke. I didn't say anything to them at that moment. I went with the flow. And I distanced myself from everyone once again. I was depressed for a while. And then the holidays came and I decided one thing. If Rias and Akino didn't love me anymore, why move on? So I heard that Asia, Irina, and Xenovia were on a trip where they talked about God. So I decided to go there and be with them. I wanted to make amends for many things. I bought some gifts for them. I walked and saw the three of them in a cafeteria. I approached to surprise them. But some boys started arriving with them. I saw them kissing. My heart couldn't take it, and I just left there with my heart broken once again. I arrived at Kwa and saw Kaneko and Ravel together. I was surprised that they got along so well, since they always fought. So I approached to talk to them and get everything out. I just wanted the company of someone who loved me. But they arrived, two boys with ice cream, and they kissed them on the lips. I walked back and it started to rain. My bangs covered my eyes. I walked home and I spent the whole vacation lying down and depressed. When Drake talked to me, I just ignored him. I didn't sleep and just cried. The vacations passed. And I went back to school. I stopped being a pervert. People noticed my depression. I just walked away from everyone. A while later, Rossweisse returned from Asgard. And he found out about the girls. We talked and I cried next to him. A while later, I got out of my depression thanks to her. I started to open my heart once more. One afternoon, I waited for Ross. And I confessed my love. She didn't say anything. She just ran away. That afternoon, I just got sad once more. I opened my heart to someone again. But again, they broke it again. I went back to how I was before. Days later, I heard that Rossweisse quit and went back to his town. I didn't believe anything. I got home quickly. I went to his room and confirmed that he had left. And I saw a letter where he said to never look for her again. That night I cried. From that day on, I swore that I would never love again. Days later, I started to feel bad. I couldn't breathe, and my depression didn't help. One day they told me that they were going to have a party. So I had to go. So after a long time, Rias and the others started talking to me again. I couldn't stand this. So we went to the party. When I got there, I saw those guys that the girls left me with. Rias and Akino's boyfriends were ennoble. Asia's boyfriends, Irina and Xenovia, were with Michael. And Kaneko and Ravel's boyfriends were also nobles. So I deduced, and everyone knew about the girl's relationship with those guys. So I couldn't take it anymore and went outside. I went in and saw Odin, and next to him was Ross. I looked at her, and she didn't have a face to see me. So she turned around and wouldn't look at me. So I went out. I looked, and the girls separated and went with those guys. And I just thought, I don't want to be like this anymore. I don't want to feel this pain anymore. Suddenly something happened to me. A pain, it invaded my chest. I quickly went to the bathroom, and suddenly I vomited a lot of blood. And Drake spoke to me and told me to get out of there. So I went to my house. When I arrived, I vomited a lot of blood. And Drake told me about a certain curse that began to kill me slowly and painfully. So I thought about dying. Drake told me that it would be better if I died in combat, inside the armor, and not for them. That I would not give them the pleasure. So I decided to live. He told me about a ritual which would save my life from dying, and also would erase all feelings towards them. Minutes later, the ritual was performed. In that, a glow came out of my body, showing in each image every girl that I loved. At that moment, all feelings died. I was no longer at risk of dying, and I no longer loved the girls. And in that, I suffered a change in appearance. According to Drake, it is a side effect of having done the ritual. After that, I opted for something that changed the world. So I decided to fake my death. I started destroying the house, as if it were a fight. So I made a card and the pawn pieces that my body expelled. I took my things and left. I no longer fit in this place. So I decided to start a new beginning. I spent a year and a half wandering around the world. A year later, someone trained me. But then he died and left me his ideals of eradicating evil in this world. And years later, I became a mercenary. A little later, I met someone and fell madly in love with her. And I have lived through many things. Until today. Well, that's all that has happened. I don't ask you to understand my actions. That was something that I decided. And that I will carry for a long time. In that, look and sees how Sona and Tsubaki were crying. In that, they approach and say, "Sorry, Issei, we didn't know what you had to go through." I told them to calm down. I got over it years ago. In that, Sona dries her tears and says, "And you will come back?" And I said, "No. I just want to live my life with her." Pointing to Tiamat. "I love her. And I want to live the rest of my life with her." And they nodded. "And well," I said, "Issei, what has happened all this time?" And Sona explained to him about Saji, attacks of the Chaos Brigade, and her new school for demons. And she wanted to tell him about the Gremory, but Issei interrupted her and told her that he didn't want to know anything about that. And Sona continued telling, and about her school, which isn't doing well, lack of funds. My sister wants to help me, but I didn't even accept. The counselors made sure that no one would help me. It's a good school, but they just lack funds to improve the school. And Issei says, "I understand," and Issei asks if he could be her sponsor. Well, yes, why not? And Sona says no. And Issei insists, "I'm only doing it for a friend," and in the end, Sona ended up accepting her proposal. Issei told her that he would visit her and give her the money for later. And that, Sona told her one last thing. The factions are looking for you to congratulate you for having saved them. And if she refused, they would do it by force. And in the end, she ended up accepting. Well, what if we go back to the party? And they followed him. Issei went with Tiamat, and he asked her to dance. They looked so good together. And Sona said hi to Issei, "You deserve to be happy." While she saw how Issei was happy with Tiamat, shedding a tear, "Why didn't you tell him that you loved him?" said his queen. "No, he deserves someone better than me. Even if it hurts me to see him with someone else," said the Citri. Cap 9. I didn't know it yet. But something told me that something bad was going to happen at that meeting. I didn't take it seriously because at that moment I was only focused on one thing. In front of me is the most beautiful woman in the world. Tiamat and I were dancing in the middle of this party. We were both hugging. She lowered her head and placed it on my chest. While I listened to her, "Please let this night never end." I hugged her and said, "These nights will never end. You know why?" She lifted her beautiful face and looked at me. And I said, "Because you and I will always be together. And these nights will be endless. We have a life ahead of us. And I will never let this night go out." She looked into my eyes and said, "I love you." In the middle of the dance we stopped. We looked into each other's eyes for a second. For me those seconds became an eternity. So I brought her beautiful lips closer and claimed them. People were just happy because the atmosphere of a wedding makes anyone romantic. Aside from the women who were there, they only wanted to be in Tiamat's place. Without a doubt their boyfriends must be boiling with jealousy. But one woman only exists for me, and that is Tiamat. She chose me for one reason, and that same reason binds us together. Meanwhile with Sona and her queen, she couldn't stand seeing me with another woman, and even less seeing me kissing her with so much love. Something I never showed, not even with Rias, and she just cried and preferred to leave there followed by her queen. Sona was still hurt by not having helped me when I needed it most. She always saw me only when they abandoned me. Sona saw everything and never had the courage to approach me and help me overcome the heartbreak I had for her. Part of them. And she only cursed herself for never speaking to me. If that had happened, today would be a different story. But what she feels, what she kept to herself, those feelings of true love towards me, can never be revealed. And you want to know why? Well, I'll tell you. Sona witnessed the deception of all of them. Even though Issei told her that, Sona showed surprise. But deep down she lied for not knowing anything. Sona knew about the girl's relationship with those people. If only from the beginning she had told me that. Today Sona and I would be together. But Sona only thought about herself and never about me. Even if she truly loves me, she was selfish in every way. And that is why at this moment she suffers. And that was her sin. Keeping quiet. So that is why that will always haunt her. For my part, I continued dancing. Tiamat wasn't a good dancer, but she still made an effort. Hours had passed and the bride and groom had already left for their honeymoon. But before that, Murayama had to throw the bouquet. In the crowd, Tiamat was there. When she threw the bouquet, Tiamat was very quick and ended up catching it, breaking the hearts of the other women there. She walked with the bouquet in her hand. She approached me and kissed me in front of everyone. We separated from that beautiful kiss and she told me, "You will take responsibility." While she had a blush in her eyes, I just took her hands and said, "I will take care of you for the rest of my life." She looked at me and said, "Really?" And before she continued speaking I gave her a kiss. The people who were there just applauded, and among them, a perverted brown-haired girl with glasses spoke and said, "I hope the wedding is soon." Tiamat and I turned red because of the comment. But from one moment to the next we laughed together. We held hands and said, "Yes." Sona Citri was there heartbroken. Issei had practically just announced he was marrying that woman, so she left. I didn't even notice when she left. We congratulated the bride and groom and left. We arrived at our house. The atmosphere at that wedding made me and Tiamat feel romantic, so we went to bed until dawn. Meanwhile, far from Kwa and another place was sitting there a certain white-haired person. "It's ready. With this we can dominate everything," said a certain white-haired man. "Well done. All we need is that boy's sword and we can enter the dimensional gap. With this, nothing will be able to stop us." And the white-haired man laughed like a psychopath. "We must thank the Gremory who kept that dragon away. That boy was a problem in our shoes, but without him, things are in my favor." Ha 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 ha. He laughed like crazy. Elsewhere, a certain faction meeting. "Well, with this we can know if it's an ally or an enemy," said an older redhead. Meanwhile in a room, "I love you." "Me too." And they both started kissing each other lovingly. A week had already passed. "I'm supposed to go see Sona Citri," Issei said as he was getting dressed. "You're leaving," said a Tiamat with the sheets covering her. "Yes, I was supposed to see her 3 days ago. But you," touching her cheek, "you, my perverted and loving dragon, you didn't let me go out all week." I'm not perverted, but I am loving." She came up to me and hugged me. "Go quickly and come back as soon as possible." And I said, "Hi." and Issei finished dressing and left. When Issei left, Tiamat got dressed, but then she felt dizzy and suddenly she ran to the bathroom, where she ended up vomiting. When he came out, he said, "I think the food made me sick," but without realizing it, he touched his stomach. He cleaned himself up and went to do his thing. Captain, today was a new day at my house, and by my side was my beautiful and gorgeous girlfriend. A week ago I went to see Sona Citri. Flashback. When Issei left his house, he teleported to go to the underworld. It seems that Sona forgot and didn't tell him her address at her ratings games school. When I arrive, after asking, people just laughed and said, "Haha, are you looking for the failed Citri Academy?" Such words bothered me. So I looked at that guy. I grabbed him by the neck and said in a calm tone, but anger and hatred were evident when I spoke, "If you'd be kind, would you tell me where Sona Citri's school is? Damn fifth-rate civilian demon." He looked at me with fear because for him that presence and gaze, it was like being in front of a Mao. He said, "Hi, it's about 1 kilometer from the city of Lilith." "Well said," I said, so I threw it on the ground. "See you, devil saint." I took out my protective cloak and flew away. The devil said, "That cape and that hair. He can't be the hero the factions are looking for." Without wasting time, he spread what he saw. With Issei, he had already arrived. He saw, and there was Sona's school. As he walked along, he could see that his school was indeed lacking financial support. The gardens are in poor condition, but still preserved. It was almost a bit in bad condition, but he saw how there were few instructors and the students looked happy. Even if this place is doing badly, it seems that people don't lose faith in learning something. "You've done something good, Sona-san." Issei arrived and saw part of her entourage. Issei said he was looking for Sona to talk about academy matters. From what some members told her, "If you're coming here to blackmail this school, get out. We don't want trash like you." "Wait, that's not why I came." I spoke to Sona and suggested. Minutes later, "I see. Sorry for treating you like this. But people only come here to make fun of us and discriminate against us." "Don't worry. Well, it would be better to go talk to his king." And Issei left the exes and the rest of Sona's entourage there. Issei noticed how sad Saji's exes looked. "I was just saying how stupid he was to leave them just for power and greed. If I run into him, I swear I'll cut Vitra off from him so he knows the pain and the knowledge of not having the power to boast about." I walk and arrive at Sona's office. I knock on the door and heard, "Come on Sona's side." Issei came in and it sounds like he's looking at dead documents, etc. I turned around and saw Issei. Suddenly he stood up. Issei stuttered just looking at him. There was no doubt she loved him, but she couldn't do anything. She knows that Issei gave his heart to that blue-haired girl he saw the other day. He came out of his trance and Issei quickly got to the point. He made a certain amount of money appear from a pocket dimension that could humiliate a noble of the demonic lineage. Sona said she only needed a little, but Issei told her that money was nothing compared to what he actually had. He told him that he is the owner of the most famous company in the world, to which she sounded very surprised and said to him, "Seriously, what are you doing with that money?" "That's simple. I help a lot of people. I have charities all over the world. So you just give your money to those who need it, without receiving anything in return." Sona smiled and said, "Maybe the years have passed, but you're still the same person I know you to be. You help everyone without asking for anything in return. I can see why your girlfriend loves you so much. Any woman would be happy with someone like you." Sigh. "Okay, Sona-san, my work here is done. I'm leaving," said Issei. "Wait a moment. What's happening?" "About that, or true. When will that meeting be?" Issei said somewhat uneasily. 2 weeks. "It's okay, Sona-san. See you." And Issei disappeared from his sight. Sona couldn't reach out and thank him for what he had just done, and she just sighed, and he returned to his sad expression. "In another part of the world. Give me that sword. Make me." "Okay," said a hooded man, and there began a fight that didn't go as expected. A little while later, "Here is Rizvim, or you already ended up chow chow. It was too easy. Ha 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 ha." They both laughed like crazy. Now follows the following. Taking an artifact. Let's go to the dimensional rift. There's our next victim. 2. Taking the sword, he cut part of the space-time and they entered. Minutes later, here it is. Ha! With this, everything is finished. My dream dragon. As I watch the dragon god of dreams now in the hands of Rizvim live on Lucifer. Now we only have the other thing left. The meeting of factions. Yes, that will be our attack. Hail the Chaos Brigade, they both said. Meanwhile in the human world. Vala, I can't take it anymore. Hold on, Rennie. Our daughter will be born soon, while holding his wife's hand. Yes, but these pains are killing me. But the doctor said that in 2 weeks at the most he will be born. It's okay. I'll hold on for you and our baby, while touching her belly, outside his house. So I'll be great-grandfather Valakuen, said an albino with a maniacal smile. I am Issei. Love has arrived. At that moment he was hugged from behind and with his eyes closed by Tiamat. Who am I? The love of my life, Issei said, uncovering his eyes, turning around and looking into Tiamat's eyes. I love you, said Tiamat. Tiamat quickly threw herself at Issei and they began to kiss, and they both continued kissing as they climbed the stairs to their room. 4 days later, Tiamat woke up suddenly and ran to the bathroom. Issei desperto igual y viola Tiamat vomitando. He quickly approached and gathered her hair so it wouldn't get dirty. A little while later, I'm sure you're okay. It was definitely the food. And a slightly thoughtful Issei. What do you think, Drake? And he smiled. Congratulations, mate. What are you talking about? It's not for me to say. I'd better go to sleep. Wake me up when you know. What thing? Final part 1. Today was a new day for our couple. Yawn. Issei slowly opened his eyes, until he woke up. When he saw clearly, a smile was reflected in him. He turned around and there was his beloved. I smile and stroke her hair slowly, and I approach her ear, and I whisper, "Good morning, love. Wake up now, my little dragon." And he approached her and gave her a beautiful and tender kiss. She was still asleep, but when he kissed her she had woken up, and he reciprocated such a gesture of love. "Good morning," said Tiamat. "You slept well," said Issei. "Of course," she said happily, giving him a short kiss. "You have plans today, Issei," she said. "I have to meet with some people." "Because the question," Issei said curiously. "Because I want you to come with me to one side," Tiamat said with a certain hidden secret. What do you think if I meet up with those people and finish quickly, and I come back and we spend the day together? What do you think?" said Issei, snuggling up to Tiamat. "That seems fine to me." And so the day passed. Issei had changed. He was wearing the protective cloak, in the form of a black trench coat with a symbol on the chest, black combat pants and boots. Issei walked and was about to leave. Tiamat was going to see him off at the door, but something happened. Tiamat suddenly fainted, and when Issei saw that she was about to fall, he quickly carried her at full speed. Minato vs. Kushina style. Tiamat responds, "DG." Issei worried. "Iba, it would be better to take her to the hospital. It could be something serious," Drake said with faint concern. Since he knew that this was one of the symptoms of someone who is pregnant, he wanted them to tell him the news to surprise him. "Of course I will. This is more important than anything else." And Issei carried Tiamat and took her away. A little while later, "Lavi-chan, you can do it." "Hag, it hurts a lot, Vala." "Here I am with you, love," Vala said, taking the hands of his wife who was giving birth to their daughter. "Please stop this. It hurts so much." Then she pushes and the baby comes out. "You did it," said Vala happily. "I did it," while crying. At that moment, they both heard a cry that filled them with tears at the moment they heard it. "Nia! Nia, my baby," said Lavi in tears. In that the doctor hands her the baby, and she carries her, "My baby," while crying, and Vala just cries with happiness. He approaches and hugs her. "We are parents." He sees his daughter for the first time, and she opened her eyes. Vala caresses her cheek, and the baby only dedicated herself to seeing her father. The baby began to move and took Vala's finger. She held it, and just looked at it, and Vala cried when she saw that. "Look, Vala, our daughter knows that you are her father." And she cries with happiness. "Now you too. You are my world." And a hug to both of you. As we will call her, Vala. What do you think, Rennie? Just like me. Yes, just like you. Then you will be Rennie Lavinia Lucifer. But their moment of happiness was interrupted by someone. "My congratulations, Vala, Rennie. Who's there?" And they saw how the unknown man had murdered the doctor and the nurses by breaking their necks. "I think it's rude of me not to introduce myself. It's been a while, don't you think, Vala-kun? Your grandfather sends his regards, and he regrets not having attended your wedding." "It's true, he wasn't invited." That voice, "Chow chow, how come?" It didn't end as an explosion resonated. "Balance breaker," Vala said, taking his wife and daughter, but in doing so he received part of the explosion while protecting them. He ran out of there at full speed. He left both of them in a safe place, while the baby cries. "Calm down, Rennie. Dad will be back in a moment." "Vala, take care," Lavinia said, somewhat tired from giving birth. Vala looked at her. Don't worry, I'll come back. In case I don't find Azazel, he owes me a favor. He will take care of both of us. If I don't come back, just tell our daughter that I love her. And Vala took flight. Lavinia was crying, and she left from there, in her arms with the baby. Hours later, human world. Well, doctor, what's wrong with my wife? Issei said, blushing after saying that. At that, Tiamat wakes up and says, Doctor, I'll tell you. If it's not a bother, could you wait outside? And the doctor smiled and left. What's up, love? Issei said, and Tiamat smiled. Issei, do you know why I've been like this these days? Yes, because you cooked badly. But Tiamat gave him a twitch in his eye for telling him he doesn't cook well, and he hit Issei on the head. Ouch, Goman, but you deserved it, Tiamat said. I'm sorry, it was a joke. You cook better than anyone, and she smiled. Thanks, but that's not it. So what is it? And Tiamat took a wrapped shoe out of her bag and gave it to her. And what is that for? Open it. And Issei opened it. A shoe for, and a glow illuminated the room. What's going on? And Issei saw that the light covered Tiamat. When it dissipated, he opened his eyes, and saw something that disconcerted him. He saw Tiamat with a very swollen belly, while he put his hands on her belly. No, and Issei started to cry. We're going to be parents. Congratulations, love. We'll be a family. Final part 2. Why are you crying, Issei? I'm happy. This is what I've always longed for. I've always dreamed of being like this. I'm happy you're in my life. And now that I know we're going to be parents, it fills me with happiness. I can't wait to have him or her in my arms, and shout to everyone that I'm the luckiest person in the world with this news. And she didn't say anything since Tiamat hugged him. I love you, she said. I know you'll be a great father. And Issei cried. Thank you for making me the happiest man in the world. Issei separates from her. Tiamat, something happened. I've been wanting to do this for a while. Issei, what are you doing? Why are you bowing down? Tiamat, Issei, I want to spend the rest of my life by your side. Will you marry me? And Tiamat started to cry and said, You took a long time, Baka. I love you. And she pounced on him. Issei caught her and said, I love you, and I will spend my whole life to make you the happiest woman in the world. You and you, lowering his head to her belly. And you, I just want you to know that I am happy that you came into my life. And he kissed her Tiamat belly. Issei took the ring and placed it on Tiamat's finger, who wouldn't stop crying. I'm happy. I love you, Issei. And they both kissed each other. But in his mental connection with Drake, something happened. Issei, congratulations. But I have to tell you something. What's up, Drake? There's a space-time distortion in the underworld. Whatever's causing this is bad. An aura filled with hatred, resentment, and malice is coming out of a dimension. And what is it? What I feared. What a thing. They have released the Trihexa. The dragon of the apocalypse that almost destroyed the entire world. If it weren't for God and others who sacrificed themselves by sealing it. Issei, this is bad. It could destroy all the existences in the world. We must not let that happen. Issei understood. What is the probability of winning? You have my power, Albion's, great red flesh, infinite energies of Ophis, and of your late master who inherited everything from you. You have in your possession 2 energies of 2 celestial beings and that of 3 dragon gods. You are more than at his level of Trihexa. But despite having all that power, never get too confident. He could have become more powerful, so keep that in mind. I will. But, in that, no, this can't be. What's going on, Drake? Albion's host is dying. What the? How? I just know. Even though we're enemies, our connection has been like this. We better go, and fast. Okay, but what do I do with Tiamat? I know this is bad and all, but if you tell her, she'll probably go with you. I'm sorry, but that's how she is. It's best if she doesn't go, or she'd put her pregnancy and her own life at risk. You'll have to knock her out. That's what I was afraid of, Issei said. What will you do? You'll see. Something happened, Issei. You look strange. Hey, not only that, I imagine it would be our baby, boy or girl. Whatever it is, we will love it and cherish it. Lose. Then Issei hugs her. Something's wrong, Issei. I love you, and sorry for this. Hey. What? It didn't end because Issei used magic and put her to sleep. Issei carried her and created a magic circle on the way, and from there they left. Elsewhere. What is this place, Ibu? I always suspected something like this would happen. So, in my spare time as a mercenary, I dedicated myself to building this place. Thanks to the spells those monks taught me, all the magical knowledge I'd learned, I was able to create a barrier powerful enough that not even a battalion of Mao could break through. You'll be safe here until this is all over. In case something happens, leave a letter asking for forgiveness. Don't worry, kid. If we survive, you'll have to face his fury. Ha, you're right. It will be worth going back. He comes closer and touches her belly. There are 2 reasons why we should go back. He kisses her on the forehead and takes his cloak that he left hanging on the wall. And he leaves, not without first taking a look at his future wife. I'll be back soon. Night was already falling, and the sky began to cry incessantly. Hag, take care of our daughter. At that she spits blood. Tell her I love her. I won't be there to hear you call me mom. Remember that your parents love you, my beautiful Rennie. At that her gaze fell. Lavi, no. A silver-haired man with a sword embedded in his stomach shouted, Hag, Lavi, damn you Chow Chow, and damn Rysvim. Then he lifted her up with difficulty while carrying the baby, and he began to walk. His vision began to blur as he began to bleed, and his armor was all cracked. Valio, don't worry Albion, I'll stay until the end. I wonder if there is an afterlife for demons. If there is, soon I'll be reunited with Lavi. And with you too, my rival. While smiling, then she sits down and looks at the baby. I love you, my girl. Sorry I couldn't be there for you. Then she looks up at the sky and smiles. With Issei, he had arrived at the underworld, and what he saw shocked him. Everything destroyed. Houses, everything. Corpses of men, women, old people, boys and girls. Issei clenched his fists in anger. The sky clouded over and it started to rain. Issei walked through that city, looking for something. He walked, and when he finally saw, there was someone sitting there with something in his arms. I walk up to that person. It's valid, Issei said. The guy heard someone call him. Who's calling me? While coughing blood. Who are you? And Issei looked and saw his wound. I'll heal you right away. And Issei took out his case of dragon tears. But Vala stopped him. There's no cure now. I was poisoned with Samuel's blood. If you're going to do something, take her out of here. And he gave the baby. Why do you give me this girl? Issei said. I don't know, but something tells me I can trust you. Also, I will soon meet my beloved and my best friend. Who is your friend? Issei asked. My friend was a breast lover. I'll see him soon and we'll fight. This time I'll win. And I'll say that butts are better than a pay. And Issei began to cry. You're right. You'll surely win, Issei said. What's it called? Rennie Lavinia Lucifer. Cough cough. I see. I will protect her with my life. Thank you. Before I go, may I know your name? My name is Issei Hayadu, Issei said. But it was too late. Vala had died along with Albion, and Issei carried the baby while tears fell from his face. He looked at the baby closely and said, She looks just like you, friend. And Issei left the baby in a safe place for a moment. He went to Vala's body. He picked him up and he arrived at a place and also saw his wife's body. Issei placed Vala near her and recited a magic circle where the bodies were transported to a certain place, to later give them both a decent burial. He went to the baby and saw how she was sleeping peacefully, and he said, I'll take care of her, old friend, and he left with the baby. Final part 3. Issei was filled with fury inside him. Rysvim and Chow Chow would take care of killing their rival and friend. I'm sorry. I couldn't say goodbye to you, my friend, but I swear I'll take care of those bastards, Issei said with hatred in his eyes. Besides, Drake was sad. The last thing he heard Albion say was, I'm sorry, Drake, but we can't fight again. Hopefully, and if one day we meet in paradise, there we'll resolve our battle. Goodbye, my old enemy. And from there they both died. Iba, something's happening, Drake. While he's running to get to where Tiamat is unconscious, I just want you to kill those two. You don't have to tell me. I myself will take care of taking them to the depths of purgatory. Both of us will be their judges and executioners. Finally he arrived. He created a cradle with his magic. He cleaned the baby who had blood on her, and placed the little white-haired girl Rennie there. He took a good look at the baby and said, I'm sorry I couldn't help your father, but I swear by the friendship I had with them, I swear I'll avenge them, and I'll keep my promise. I'll take care of you. It's time, Issei. It's happening now. Lose. While walking outside, he saw how the sky was cloudy. Lightning was falling. The apocalyptic dragon and he left from there. 6 hours earlier in the underworld. I'm sure Sona will come so. Of course, sister, he told me. I hope so. The leaders are a bit restless. I know. And he sees the Gremory group next to the Mao Lucifer. There are laughs. What would you do if you knew Issei was alive? No mistake. What would everyone do? Until. I'm tired of waiting for that guy. I'm leaving. Wait a moment, Zeus-sama. What do you want? They hadn't finished arguing when someone was applauding from afar. Well, what do we have here? Today, on my lucky day, you wouldn't believe it. Who's there? Oh, my apologies, false demons. Let me introduce myself. My name is Reisvim Levon Lucifer, descendant of Lucifer, and I have come here before you to take what belongs to me. Everyone was on guard, but an explosion resounded in the place. A powerful being made an appearance and began to attack everything in its path, and there began a treacherous attack on his part. After that, he left his army to face the factions, and he went and ambushed Rennie to steal his daughter and kill them. But Vala managed to defeat Chow Chow. But Cao the very cowardly poisoned him. Vala at full speed hit Reisvim and took his daughter from him. He took Rennie, who had been stabbed by him, and left at full speed, and that's how they both died. With the leaders, damn, everything is over. How did this happen? They all said without strength. Damn the Lucifer family, they said with fury. Everything is destroyed. This is our end. Without the support of the celestial dragons we are finished. There's only one thing I regret. Letting my sister and her entourage do that. I let my parents spoil her. Sorry, Issei. They all said they regretted having lied to their friend and not having told him that they were cheating on him for other people who are now dead because of the Chaos Brigade. At that, the crack in the seal began to crumble. What scared them most was the loud roar that came from within. It's happening now. It's the end. There's no one left who can face it. But then the dimensional rift opened, from which Ophis emerged in her dragon form. Ophis, said everyone. In that they see that Ophis did not come out alone, since something or someone came out behind her. Great Red, they all said happily. But what surprised her the most was that the Great Red had attacked Ophis, and she began to descend until she fell and formed a large crater, from where she began to return to her normal size with multiple fatal wounds, because the big red one attacks one of his own. At that, some malevolent laughter resounded there. Who is it? Ha ha ha, look at their pathetic faces, ha ha. A blue-haired man with a spear said, Chow Chow. They all said in surprise. That's right, you weren't there. Yes, I was. But Hades freed me. Ha ha ha. Now it's time to make them pay. By the way, where is your security? Damn, how you dare to mention Issei, said a redhead raising her aura. Your damn organization was in charge of murdering the love of my life, she said, laughing through tears. Boy, are they idiots. We've been investigating for years, and no one in our organization at the time had the resources or the power to fight him. What do you mean? They all said. What I'm saying is that your hero may not have died. That's a lie. We saw his blood all over the place. The destroyed house and his pawn pieces. Ha! He could have faked his death and just disappeared. Maybe he discovered something that hurt him. That's not it. But they thought that last thing. Maybe that was true. And if Issei discovered them and that made him fake his death. Rossweisse thought about it and came to a conclusion. Issei was devastated by them, and even worse when she rejected him. That would make any man with that broken heart do something crazy. It can't be possible that he's alive. Enough talk. It's time for you to die. At that, Great Red One threw a huge ball of dragonic energy strong enough to kill you. Everyone waited for his end, and the women only said, Forgive me, Issei, closing their eyes and waiting for their end. But what happened there was that something passed very close to them at full speed, deflecting the attack. Who is it? Said Chow Chow on top of Big Red. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, a blond man was seen standing there in front of everyone. You are, the leader said. What are you doing here? Shut up, you useless people. Don't you see? I came to help. Everyone was watching the actions of the newcomer to the battlefield. Ready, said Drake. Onward, Ibu. He looked so calm, beginning to unleash its power. Instantly, everyone identified that aura. It can't be Issei, everyone there said. Final part 4. Listen to music while reading. That power. You are. I didn't finish as I turned to look at her. Ignore the smile. You are. But why? The women said, crying. This is not the time or the place to laugh, I said. I started walking to where a wounded Ophis was. I touched his forehead and managed to see what had happened. I was afraid of it. They have Big Red in their possession. Ibu. With the arrival of another enemy, we will have a hard time. What will we do? No, lose. Ophis is injured, and if I give her a dragon tear, she won't wake up. I'm alone in this fight. Without your help, and even worse because they captured Great Red. The scales are now against me. Look, the leaders could help you. And what good would that do me? They were easily defeated. They've lost their powers over the years. To think that this wouldn't happen. They stopped training and looked at them. There wouldn't be much help. They'd just be a hindrance. As I watched them, I took out a dragon tear and gave it to her to drink. I charged her and created a gap where I sent Ophis so she wouldn't get involved. Let's take it as a thank you for saving me a long time ago. I'm alone against this, I thought. Everyone was looking at me. They still hadn't digested that I was that person. When I started walking, I felt someone hug me. Issei, because. He was shouting and laughing. I didn't say anything. Why did you do this to me? Don't you see that we suffered for you? Tell me why. While she held on to me, he took his hands off my waist and turned and looked at her. I did it so they would be happy. To you, I know everything. I knew about your relationship with those people. I knew that you and the leaders were using me for your benefit. I know that you were betraying me by faking my death. I felt that by doing so I would take a weight off my shoulders. And so it was. I did something so I wouldn't die, and I eliminated all my love for each one of you. I made my life. I faked my death. I did it to start over. But in this life you are no longer here. I gave him one last look and started walking until I reached where the enemy members of the Chaos Brigade were. Rias, hearing that, collapsed along with the others, and I said to everyone there, "Take them out of here, but you can handle them." Issei, I screamed, "Just get out of here." And the Mao angels fallen. As guardians and Olympians are gone. Before that, Zeus called me, "Child, this belongs to you." Throwing the blade of Olympus towards me, I chose you use it wisely, crossing the portal with the others there. Nobody could see me. I snapped my fingers and said, "Who's first?" while putting the sword on my shoulder. Ha ha ha, I was laughing like crazy. It was worth the wait. All I can tell you is that you're now alone against a battalion. What do you plan to do? I smiled. Very good. Ready, Drake. Let's go, Ibla. Then I looked at him and said, "Pathetic to hide in Big Red. You were always a useless person who depended on others. Look at you, you're Rizvim's lapdog. Ray, damn it, I'm nobody's dog. I'll prove it to you. Nobody's my boss." That's what I wanted to hear. Come on, let's dance. He got angry and quickly approached me in order to attack me from behind like he did with Vala. But, being behind me, I just put my elbow, breaking his nose. He fell while bleeding. Damn. Getting up from the ground. Then I kicked him in the ribs and sent him flying. When everyone saw what I did, they started running towards me to attack me. But what happened? I showed no mercy to any of them. I managed to eliminate more than half of them. Some, terrified, began to retreat. Chow Chow, seeing how afraid they were of me, made a sign to Great Red. And in seconds, the Dream Dragon released a blast of fire that ended up eliminating all of his subordinates. I protected myself with my cloak. He thought he had hurt me, and he said, "I did it, but I don't expect that. Hey, up here." And he saw me flying while I was covered by my cloak. Damn, how is it that? Jump. At full speed I slammed him against the wall. I threw energy into his hands and feet and immobilized him and said, "What's up? I thought you'd beat me." Well, that's what I tried to do. I slapped him, and I said, "Listen, you bastard. This isn't even half of what you've done." And I started hitting him as hard as I could. I removed the energy that imprisoned him, and he fell to the ground while bleeding from his mouth. "Get up, you damn murderer. You and Rizvim will pay for what you did to Vala and his wife. Damn you." And I kicked him so hard in the ribs that he crashed against the rocks. I saw that Great Red was about to attack me, but I immobilized him with my anti-magic chains. This will hold him off for a few minutes. I saw Chow Chow starting to crawl. I walked over and saw him lying there like a vile cockroach, but Issei made him laugh. "I should have killed you in Kyoto," he said. So I grabbed him and headbutted him in the face. That knocked him to the ground. I grabbed him by the neck and started punching him in the face. He fell and I kicked him in the ribs. He started bleeding a lot. I grabbed him by the neck again and started headbutting him, which started making him bleed even worse than before. I grabbed him and threw him against the wall. He started coughing and begging for mercy. "Spare my life and I will help you defeat Rizvim," he begged. "And what about Vala, or those people you killed?" They begged for mercy. I kicked him so hard in the head that he ended up crashing into the rocks. He began to crawl away from me. I walked and grabbed his face. "I remember something about your eyes, or true," and I buried my fingers in his eyes. He began to scream. I got tired of hearing it, so I broke his neck, killing him at that moment. "One less," I said, but then I felt something on my arm. Something started to drain my energy. I turned around and said, "So you're one of them. You make me feel sorry for you, Saji." And there he was with his armor on and the vitro whip holding me while he stole my energy. And he laughed just like them. What a surprise, my friend, he said. So friends I have. Okay, then, remove the whip with ease. And I said, this is going to be fun. Dude, your worst nightmare will be me. Issei remained calm. Saji with a challenging look towards Issei. Saji started laughing like crazy. What's the point? Issei said. No, it's just that despite the years you still look weak. I'll show you what a dragon king can do to a celestial dragon. I'll take your Haida title and claim everything that belongs to you, he said with a maniacal smile. Issei shook his head and said, Hey Saji, what happened to you? You had a good life ahead of you. You had people who truly loved you by your side. What happened to you? What happened to my friend? I take the Hog of Olympus and store it in the boss gear. Koi Saji, show me how powerful you've become over the years, because otherwise, I'll be your worst nightmare. Saji laughed. It seems he wanted to see how strong he is now. Saji activated his armor and went all out to attack Issei. In another part of the underworld, all the leaders were in what appeared to be a place that would protect them from the harm out there. In that, damn, we are so weak. Instead of protecting all this, a ghost reappears and saves us. This is humiliating, said Poseidon. Calm down, brother, Zeus said. But, no buts, be thankful we're still alive. Nobody was ready for this, and especially they weren't ready for his return. As he looked at the other leaders in a state of shock, they still didn't believe he was Issei, and they thought of all the possibilities. He faked his death. How come? That's when the Gremorys started to wake up. Oniisima, I had a dream, where they attacked us and Issei came to save us. Look carefully, and there they all were with many wounds. Onii, don't tell me it wasn't a dream. And everyone turns their heads, and they all started crying again. Then they head towards the exit. Where are they going? Help Issei. He owes us explanations just like us. We already lost him once. There won't be another time. And they tried to make a magic circle. But it didn't work. Rias, leave it alone. Everyone's magic reserves here are maxed out. No matter how hard we try, it won't work. How can we help? They are cowards, said Rias with her gaze lowered. They say they are the strongest and a dragon makes them tremble. Pathetic. I don't care. With or without power I will go to Issei. And each one of them took Rias's words as an example and left. And the others stayed there. He's right. A dragon won't stop us. Let's go. And they all left from there. You keep setting an example, Issei, Azazel said. With Issei, he had his foot on Saji's head. What's up, Dragon King? I thought you were going to take my title away, Drake said mockingly from the gem, and Saji just said, Damn pathetic dragon. I'll kill you. In that Issei's mental link, Iba, what's going on? It seems that Vitra is sealed. His mind is being controlled. That Rizvim. He'll pay me back soon. I'm counting on you, Ibu. And he leaves his mental space. Issei says, You were not ACI. And he watches as Saji's armor helmet cracks, and he sees his eyes. And what he sees is just pure evil, resentment, bloodlust as he tries to wriggle free from the foot on his head. What happened these years? I'm sorry, Saji. But now you're my enemy. Then he takes out Escalating. And like any dragon, you give him the chills when he sees that kind of weapons. Saji becomes alert. What are you going to do? At that point he starts screaming, having him subdued. Issei stabbed him with the sword in both of his hands. Like pain when he catches Naruto, Saji starts screaming, Let me go, damn him. Issei approaches him and grabs him by the hair and says, I thought you were going to finish me off, Dragon King. Ssji glares at him with hatred and says, I'll finish you off, and I'll have what was once yours. Issei sighs. He takes his head and smashes it very hard against the ground, until Saji starts to bleed. He takes it back. He looks at it and says, What you're saying you're going to take away from me doesn't matter to me anymore. It stopped mattering to me the day I left here. They caused it. I don't hold a grudge or anything like that. I've already forgiven them, but they've forgiven themselves. I don't know that. I don't love them anymore. At that Saji laughs. When Rizvim-sama comes to help me, together we will snatch from you that which you say you don't care about. I'm tired of talking. Then he takes his sword out of his hands. Saji screams. Issei grabs him by the neck until he lifts him up. He looks at his hand where Vitra rests, and he says, If you say you'll take everything that's mine, I'll take everything that's yours. What are you doing? Then he feels the worst pain in the world, and he screams. Issei had cut off Saji's arm. He placed his arm in a pocket dimension. The armor began to disappear from Saji. The dragon power that resided in Saji slowly began to disappear, turning him into a simple demon. What have you done to me? I told you, I'll be your worst nightmare, friend. While giving a smile to a Saji who collapsed, Now the next thing, he looks at him and says, "It seems he survived the extraction of his sacred gear. You still owe a lot to the underworld. Well, what's left of it?" He said while seeing the destroyed demonic world. He carries Saji and says, "And those women whose hearts you broke," and he leaves from there. On the other side of there was the DXD group that saw everything and heard what Issei said. They were all crying. "It was my fault," each girl said, even Ross, who only said, "I love you, Issei," while she was crying and lamenting having broken his heart. "He's coming," because sad music. Issei walked to where Lucifer's bastard was supposed to be. When the gem appears, "Iba, what's up, Drake? It's about time." While you see how the sky clouded over, he is now free. The dragon of the apocalypse has. What does it matter? Let's see what it's made of. Ibwa. Remember, it's the and Great Red together. Don't worry, Drake. Worst case scenario, I have a backup plan. Which is it? And Issei smiled. Don't tell me that. Should Daijo Issei. On the way, but first. Issei sees that Saji is still there. What will I do with you? Because I could see through you. You made the Chaos Brigade and that bunch of idiots attack hell. So, this one created a marker and painted on his stomach. Saji helped the Chaos Brigade, and Issei kicked my ass. That's it. He takes Saji and covers him in a protective cloak and throws Saji into the sky to a certain place. Okay, that's it. Now what's next? And he notices how Riasvim and his army are approaching. Issei materializes his two swords, the Dragon Slayer and the Blade of Olympus. What's up, mate? I just think it would be better for me if they were both one. One sword that wounds a dragon and the other capable of killing gods. It would be good for me to face those two. You're right. And if you do the same thing as when they gave you Escalating, but put both together and think of them as one. Good idea. This one joins both swords and materializes the glove and tries to assimilate both into one, while concentrating dragonic power in both. Until, you did it, said Drake. And Issei materializes it and sees that it worked. Alright, Drake, let's go to our last adventure. Hi, Ibwa. And his cloak appears and he says, diffuse mode. Transforming the cloak, imagine the gray man. And Issei stands on what is a mountain and sees how the apocalyptic dragon comes out of the dimension and gives a great roar. Everyone got scared. In the human world, only people prayed or asked for forgiveness from those who had wronged them. In heaven it was no exception. Some wanted to believe that even if God had died, he would do something. The fallen were beginning to accept their end. The Asgardians began to gather together to fight. Kyoto. Two Ikai were preparing for the fight. Canoe. What's up, Mom? We should go there. Hi. While the counselors do everything possible to prevent them from going. It's dangerous, Yasaka, Kunosama. We know. And that's why we'll give you some time to escape. Go to your families and take care of yourselves. We're going. Hi, Okasama. And everyone began to cry. For their lights, which make Kyoto beautiful, are sacrificing themselves for them. Some soldiers joined his cause and left. Issei had the sword on his shoulder while he thought about Tiamat and her son, whose existence he learned of a day ago. Calm down, buddy. You'll see that everything will be okay. Trying to cheer Issei up. But it didn't work. Thanks, Drake. But we know how this will end. Then Riasvim arrives with his army. Look who we have here. The legendary Dragon Slayer, the hero who saved their asses. And where are they now? They left you alone. And his whole army starts laughing. And Issei said, You're wrong, old man. But they would be a hindrance to me. Besides, I want to see with my own eyes the memory of how I murdered you. Haha, Rio live on. And how can you do it? Look who's on my side. From where Great Red comes out of a dimension in Trihexa, placing himself next to it. Ha, you see. Give up and accept your fate, brat. Or else you'll kill me like Vala, Issei said. So he did die. Ha, he was pathetic for my grandson. But after this is over, I'll go find some girls who will have the honor of carrying my offspring in their wombs. So what are you waiting for, old man? Issei said as he began walking toward them, while from afar there were those who saw this. Why are you fighting, Issei? Said a redhead, watching how the love of her life fought against a battalion and 2 dragon gods alone. How pathetic I am, letting him fight while we watch him. And they all bowed their heads. The end. Issei at great speed was slicing each of the soldier, without any kind of compassion. Issei massed with his sword more than 1,000 of the demon soldiers. But what the hell? Riasvim said upon seeing the massacre. Didn't you see it coming, old man? Issei said a little mockingly. You'll see, damn it. And Riasvim ordered the evil dragons to attack him. Each dragon launched blasts from its large jaws. Issei could dodge them with ease, but he didn't count on Great Red's tail hitting him, sending him crashing into a mountain. When the impact occurred, Issei spat out blood. He recovered. He saw that the blood was also coming out of his head. Damn, Issei said angrily and flew out of there at full speed to face them. Issei arrived quickly and gave a big kick to Lucifer's jaw, making him move away from there. Issei took advantage of that moment and used the same technique he used with the Titans. Chains came out of the ground and rose to the sky and grabbed Trihexa by the legs and Great Red by the snout. Now, and the chains made both dragons crash to the ground. Upon impact, both dragons created an air wave that sent every being there flying. Good, that will keep them for a moment like this. While seeing both dragons who had a terrifying look against Issei. Meanwhile, where I sent that old man flying. This way, said a voice behind Issei. What about? Issei felt like something had caught him. What did you do to me, damn it? Jijoho. Nothing special. I just used a spell that paralyzes your target. Don't try to move. Nothing will work unless someone applies magic to you and you free yourself. But guess what? Everyone was in your way and now no one will save you. But what's on your face? En eso risvim pater la cara de Issei. Issei spits blood. Oh, but look at your ribs. And he started beating up an Issei who couldn't move. A moment later, you won't say anything, Risvim said. I hurt you so much that you can't even speak. Ha! Rio Issei. That's all you had? My teacher hits better than a little girl like you. Impertinent how you dare to insult me. And I look at the gods. You say I don't hit that hard, huh? And what about those over there? Damn, Issei said. At that Risvim released both dragons. To him. But don't kill him. There's still something I want to try. And both dragons along with the army of evil dragons began to attack Issei without mercy. Far away from there, Rias and her entourage watched this with tears in their eyes. Rias and the others went to help him. But they were stopped by Kiba and the leaders who had just arrived. Let me go. Don't you see what they're doing to him? Then they see how Great Red and Trihexa raise their tails and begin to attack Issei. The sounds produced by those attacks were ferocious. Let me go. I have to go help him. I'm sorry, but we couldn't stand up to them. It would be pointless to go help him. We'd only get ourselves killed. While everyone could hear Issei screaming in pain. No issue. No, I no longer care whether they kill me or not. I have to help him. I don't plan on losing him again. Wait, Rias-chan. The voice of a beautiful woman was heard. Next to her was her daughter. What's the situation? The yokai said as she healed everyone, restoring everyone's energy. In that they say, we were easily defeated, and our last hope is being attacked by Great Red and Trihexa. What? He's not just a boy. He is. No, Issei. No. I screamed and laughed when I saw how Issei was attacked. What did you say? I said Yasaka and Kuna, les Issei, and both used senjutsu and recognized their aura. How is it that both yokais were in tears? We don't know. We just found out. At that moment Kunu and Yasaka saw him, and said, that time, I thought I saw Issei in Kyoto months ago, and I only saw him. It can't be. Okasan, we must go help. Hi. And they all went there at full speed. The leaders were left like stones. They never saw when they were gone. Issei was lying down, while bleeding. He had received so many blows, and he could barely see properly. His vision was blurry. Ha! Rhea Lucifer, you said boy, while grabbing Issei by the neck. Okay, enough with the talk. Everyone back up. And the dragons walked away. Good, last words. While charging power in his hand, and Issei opened his eyes and spat at him. Good decision. It didn't end because he had received a great combined attack from all of their magic. As a consequence, Risvim went flying. The dragons did nothing. If there were no orders, I couldn't do anything. Issei fell to the ground. Issei, look what he was called. When he opened his eyes, he was already free from Risvim's spell. But he felt like he was being hugged. His vision returned to normal, and there they were, hugging him. He broke free from that hug and stood up. Issei, they all said. Where is that bastard? Issei said, looking for Risvim. Issei, you shouldn't fight alone. If we all join together, we can beat him. They all said. Issei's gaze was serious, and he said, no, it doesn't matter how many they fight. The result will be the same. Issei, if we all unite we can beat him. You shouldn't have to carry this alone. They all said. And Rias approached Issei and said, we will all help. It doesn't matter if we die. We will be by your side until the end. Issei looked at her. Not just at her, but at all of them. I see that I can't make them change their minds, right? They are still very enthusiastic. And this one smiled. Issei, They all said happily to see his smile again, and they all gathered in front of Issei. We'll take care of covering your back. Issei changed his smile to a serious one. Suddenly, he hit them all on the back of the head, causing them all to faint. The leaders saw this, and they started to approach. They had understood what Issei did. They approached him, and they saw him. He didn't take off his serious face. Issei said, "Take them away from here. Don't waste time." And they came closer and carried them. At that the Mao asks, "Issei, you're going to die." And there was a great silence. And when they saw that he changed his gaze, they understood. At that, Raisvim rose from the rubble. "Who the hell attacked me?" With Issei. He saw how he was approaching him. "Don't waste any more time and get as far away from here as possible." And he just said, "If you see Tiamat, tell her I'm sorry." Nobody knew who Tiamat was back then, and they figured out who he was referring to and they understood. And from there they all left. Raisvim was there. "Who attacked me?" And Issei said, "You're a wrinkled old man." And he got angry, and I shout, "Attack!" And they all launched themselves at Issei. But this power came together and made a great gust of air that sent everyone flying, except Raisvim. And Issei said, "Ready, Drake." "Yes, it's done." At that Issei says, "I've discovered the way to finish you and them. I know they are already dead. It would be useless to save them," as he watches both dragon gods rise. At that Issei raised all his power to the maximum, surprising everyone. This was Issei's true power. They all said as they walked away, "I can't believe it. What did that boy do? What are you going to do?" "Well, I noticed how there was a great increase in power that was becoming a bomb." Issei's son Rio, and he said, "I'm sorry, Tiamat. Take care of our son, and I'm sorry for putting you through another responsibility. I love you." And Issei concentrated so much power that he became unstable. "Stop!" Raisvim said fearfully. Then he tried to escape while flying to Great Red so he could open a portal and escape. But it was too late. Issei had already made his final move. "No!" Raisvim screamed, seeing how Trihexa disappeared, Great Red, and the evil dragons. "Damn you!" As he disappeared, the leaders, already far away, saw this and began to cry. With Tiamat, she was dreaming. She felt a hand on her shoulder and began to open her eyes, and she saw Issei looking at her with those loving eyes. "Issei, where are we?" And Issei still didn't speak. In a moment he hugged her and said, "Don't forget that I love you. And you," while he kissed her belly, tickling it. "Hey Issei, that's why I love you. Rest, love. I'll go make you something to eat." "Thank you, love." While she was falling asleep and saying "I love you," and Issei said, "Me too," and he began to disappear from there while smiling. Where am I? Second season. After that big explosion caused by me, I don't remember anything else. I saw Raisvim fall, the evil dragons, Great Red and that apocalyptic god of Trihexa. But why am I still alive? I noticed and saw, it was in my mind, and there was Drake unconscious. He used all his power on me already temporarily asleep. I approached him and touched his head, and I said, "Thank you for being with me until the end, but now I must wake up." I walked and said goodbye. I noticed Drake roaring while he was sleeping. "See you soon, friend," and I got out of there. I started to open my eyes and the first thing I saw was sunlight. "Where am I?" I said. I tried to get up but I couldn't. The injuries I received from that fight and the loss of all my energy used to finish everyone there has left me immobile. With difficulty, and with a little magic I molded from within, I managed to make a gap from which I pulled out the case where I had stored the dragon's tears. I took one, opened it, and drank it all. My wounds healed. My energies and power returned little by little, until I was completely healed. "That's it," I said, feeling like new. I looked closely and I was in a forest. I need to see where I am. I'll investigate the place first. So I fixed my clothes and started to leave that forest. A while later, I walked and saw a sign that said, "Welcome to Kwa." I couldn't believe it. I was in Kwa. I was happy. If I am in Kwa, that means that Tiamat. And I ran from there in the direction of where I left Tiamat. I hadn't noticed it yet, but I hadn't felt the auras of the place. There were those of the Gremory clan and the Citri clan there, now too, especially mine. I ran away from there. I was happy to see her. When I arrived, it was just an empty place. There was nothing, because it is not. What the hell is going on here? Where am I? I screamed to the sky. After that I felt the presences, especially mine. It can't be. What's going on here? Escondi mi presencia. I need answers. And I left there, and I headed to where I would know everything. A little while later, when I arrived I was far away from Kwa, and there I was, My younger self was walking, and I could see her smiling. I noticed and saw that I was hugged by them, and I said, maybe I went back in time. But how? I saw what was happening around me. I remember that. It's when the trip to Kyoto was going to be. It's where she. No. It's not worth remembering that. I wonder what will happen if I intervene. No way, no way, Drake. That's how it is. But how? The dragons tear. I understand now. I've seen what happens. And if you do something here, it won't change the future. We've traveled back in time. But it seems that in doing so we created an alternate timeline, identical to our own. What you do here will not affect our future. So what will you do? Drake said. You'll see. In the meantime, I'll see my old self. The truth. For a few days, Issei from the future followed his past self. At first he felt sorry for seeing the confrontation with Serorg and having used Rias's breasts to gain more power. That did make him feel sorry and he regretted having depended on others. He then put one of his companions to sleep, modified his memories, used his appearance, and boarded the train to Kyoto. He was 4 seats away from his past self, and he saw his self entering his mind from the boss gear. So she walked up to him to get his attention, and just mumbled something he could hear. Stop. Don't do it, kid, it's not time yet. Wait when the time is right. And Issei opened his eyes. Well, he was talking to the former security, but when he heard that, I don't take the box that held all its potential. He looked and there was no one there anymore. Drake, did you hear that? Yeah, mate, I heard it. And so Issei remained thoughtful. He never entered his mental space again. For some reason he decided to do what the stranger told him. Future Issei just smiled. Some time had passed, and they had already arrived in Kyoto. Issei from the past was disappointed. Well, they gave him a very small room, and his friends just made fun of him. After a while, Issei, Kiryu, the angelic trio, and the perverted duo from Kyoto. The same thing would happen as in the anime, the confrontation against the Yukai. After that day, Issei was walking and heard the women showering, and he wanted to go spy. Future Issei continued to feel sorry for his past self. Issei fought against the Valkyrie, and even managed to give her the death break. Future Issei just laughed. PSS, they told Ross that he would never get a boyfriend. After a while, Issei was already in his room. I kept thinking about everything that had happened all day. At that moment, a knock on the door was heard. It was Asia. Issei was about to open it, but a voice stopped him. Stop right there. If you open that door, things will follow their course. If you decide not to do it, I'll show you something incredible. Who are you? Issei became defensive. Issei. He just laughed and raised his hand, and from this, the boosted gear materialized. It can't be. How is it that you? I told you. Now that I've told you this, what will you do? Will you let her in or do you want to hear what I have to say? It's up to you, Issei. I didn't know what to do. Do it, Drake said. Something tells me you should do it, said the sealed dragon. Alright, and Issei. He half opened the door, and there was Asia. Issei-san, can I come in? Asia said, blushing, and Issei just said he was tired and wanted to sleep, and Asia became sad. Or I see, sorry to bother you. And Asia left sad, and Issei got angry, and I enter quickly, because you made me do that. Now he's sad. Don't worry, kid, when I tell you why I came, you'll thank me. I'm grateful that maybe Asia came to do something erotic with me and because of you I missed it. And Issei just laughed. That's how I was Drake. And he just laughed, and said yes. So, what do you have to tell me? And why do you have that sacred gear just like mine? And Issei said, it's better to get out of here. The walls hear everything. And he went out the window, while levitating thanks to the cloak. You come or you'll just be left watching. Come on there. Something tells me we can trust him. That's good. Let's go. But if you do something, I won't hesitate and I'll finish you off. That's clear. It's okay, Issei said with a smile. A little while later, far from Kyoto, near the mountains. Well, said Issei sitting on a rock. Issei was standing with his back to the moon. It's beautiful, don't you think? What thing? The moon. Yes. Today it looks better than ever. Issei, the eldest, spoke. What I'm about to tell you will stay between us. I'm clear, he said something serious. You can't tell this to your mistress, or anyone else. Okay, I'll do it. It was you who spoke to me this morning. Yeah, because you don't need their help. If you need to reach your full potential, you must put in the effort. And Issei approaches his younger version. He puts his hand on his chest and removes the key that Ajuka put on him. What are you doing? I can't finish because Issei destroyed the key. Why did you do that? You don't need his help. You just show them that you depend on them and make them believe that you will always be their servant. Before you unleash your true potential, you need to know this. What a thing, said Issei. I am you, and I come from the future. No, how come? Yes, I am you. I come 6 years in the future, so you can prove that I am yours. Issei raises a barrier and reveals his aura. He's not lying. His aura is identical to yours. He comes from the future. What the? How did you get back to the past? Said Drake P. You tell him. Of course, said Drake F. We broke the time-space barrier through an explosion, and something opened up and absorbed us. And here we are. You're right, Ibu. And Issei tried to assimilate the information. If you claim to be me, why are you telling me this? You could alter the timeline. He won't do it. By traveling back in time, he created a parallel line. Whatever I do here will not affect my line. And why? Did you look for me? Maybe something will happen to us in the future. Yes, in a few days, you will fight against someone called Xiao Xiao. Maybe something will happen to me. No, you will win, but after this, you will suffer. Issei, what I'm about to tell you will change your life forever. You will decide what you will do from now on. But before this, activate your boss gear. Okay. And Issei raised his hand, and Issei summoned his glove. It's time to unleash your full power. And they both clapped hands, and a light filled the place. Unleashing the power. Come closer, child. I will unleash your power. How will you do that? Just leave it to me. Bump your fist into mine. Now. And then a light came out of the boss gear. What is this? I feel weird. Of course, all the power of the red dragon is now yours. You may use it all without any penalty. I feel different, Issei said while feeling more powerful. You see it. What they wanted was to release a portion of your power to what was always meant to be. That's it, said Issei separating from his younger version. Thank you? No, it's not time to thank me yet. For the moment you must train that power. It may be yours now, but you must be in control. Well, I've come back to what I had to do. Now I need you to sit down. It's time for me to tell you a story from 7 years ago. And Issei sat down. This will happen when Rias and Aquino graduate from the academy. Rias and Aquino went to university and didn't spend time with me anymore. I passed the year, and they moved me to another class, and I wasn't with the girls anymore. The days went by and I didn't talk to them anymore. Something inside me was bothering me. I knew something was wrong. Some rumors spread in the academy, and it was that Rias and Aquino had a romantic relationship with their teacher. Something in me saddened me to know it. So I decided to talk to them. Rias and Aquino said that they only loved me, and to make up for the misunderstanding they let me touch their breasts. The moment I did it, involuntarily my ability to read hearts acted, and inside their hearts I was no longer there. I only saw kisses, dates. Something inside me broke. I didn't say anything to them at that moment. I just went along with it. I distanced myself from everyone once again. I was depressed for a while. And then the holidays came and I decided one thing. If Rias and Aquino didn't love me anymore, why move forward? So I heard that Asia, Irina, and Xenovia were on a trip where they talked about God, so I decided to go there and be with them. I wanted to make amends for a lot of things. I bought some gifts for them. I walked and saw the three of them in a cafe. I approached to surprise them, but some boys started to arrive with them. I saw them kissing. My heart couldn't take it, and I just left there with my heart broken once again. I arrived at Kwe and saw Kaneko and Ravel together. I was surprised that they got along so well, since they always fought, so I approached to talk to them and get everything out. Dla wanted the company of someone who loved me, but 2 boys arrived with ice cream and they kissed them on the lips. I walked back and it started to rain. My bangs covered my eyes. I walked home and I spent the whole vacation lying down and depressed. When Drake talked to me, I just ignored him. I didn't sleep and just cried. Vacation and went back to school. I stopped being a pervert. People noticed my depression. I just distanced myself from everyone. Some time later, Rossweisse returned from Asgard and found out about the girls. She and I talked. I cried by her side. Some time later, I got out of my depression thanks to her. I began to open my heart once more. One afternoon, I waited for Ross and confessed my love. She didn't say anything. She just ran away. That afternoon, I only felt sad once more. I opened my heart to someone again, but it was broken again and I was back to where I was before. Days later, I heard that Rossweisse had quit and returned to Asgard. I didn't believe a thing. I got home quickly. I went to her room and confirmed that she was gone. I saw a letter where it said not to look for her ever again. That night I cried. From that day on I swore that I would never love again. I finished telling the story. The Issei remained static. You lie, Butcho, and they would never do that to me. No, it's all true, boy. I speak Drake F. And how will we believe you, said Drake P. Why did he fall in the dragon's fall? And Drake P was stunned. You see it. And Issei F showed him images of when he performed the ritual. And Issei P was only saddened to know what awaited him. Don't worry, said Issei F, patting him on the back. For some reason I ended up in this world. And now that I've told you this, you'll decide what to do. And besides, that hasn't happened yet. And in the future we have someone, said Issei P. And Issei F smiled. There is. And who is she? I know her. No, I met her on a trip. What's her name? And Issei smiled because what he would say would scare Drake from the past. Her name is Tiamat. And Drake shouted from the boss gear. And Issei said, What's wrong with you? And Issei smiled. Tell him, old friend from the past. He did the same thing that you don't believe, Drake. Ha! They both laughed. And Issei P laughed at the story his friend has and the girl he will meet in the future. Both Issei spent their time laughing. Okay, kid. It's getting late. What do you think of a race? And Issei P accepted. And they both entered Balance Breaker and competed. Until it got dark. Issei F told him he was leaving. But his younger self told him to stay. PSSS, he'd like to know more about what he's done. And they both talked that night. That same day, Issei P changed his way of thinking. And he spoke with Drake. What will you do with what he told you? What will you do with the girls? I don't know yet, but if they did that, it would be best if I ended my relationship with them. I know you haven't done it yet, but I noticed how my future self felt when I talked about it. I see that she suffered a lot, and if I let things happen, they'll do the same to me. It would be best if, come closer, child. I will unleash your power. How will you do that? Just leave it to me. Bump your fist into mine. Now. And then a light came out of the boss gear. What is this? I feel weird. Of course, all the power of the red dragon is now yours. You may use it all without any penalty. I feel different, Issei P said while feeling more powerful. You see it. What they wanted was to release a portion of your power to what was always meant to be. That's it, said Issei F separating from his younger version. Thank you? No, it's not time to thank me yet. For the moment you must train that power. It may be yours now, but you must be in control. Well, I've come back to what I had to do. Now I need you to sit down. It's time for me to tell you a story from 7 years ago. And Issei P sat down. This will happen when Rias and Aquino graduate from the academy. Rias and Aquino went to university and didn't spend time with me anymore. I passed the year, and they moved me to another class, and I wasn't with the girls anymore. The days went by and I didn't talk to them anymore. Something inside me was bothering me. I knew something was wrong. Some rumors spread in the academy, and it was that Rias and Aquino had a romantic relationship with their teacher. Something in me saddened me to know it. So I decided to talk to them. Rias and Aquino said that they only loved me, and to make up for the misunderstanding they let me touch their breasts. The moment I did it, involuntarily my ability to read hearts acted, and inside their hearts I was no longer there. I only saw kisses, dates. Something inside me broke. I didn't say anything to them at that moment. I just went along with it. I distanced myself from everyone once again. I was depressed for a while. And then the holidays came and I decided one thing. If Rias and Aquino didn't love me anymore, why move forward? So I heard that Asia, Irina, and Xenovia were on a trip where they talked about God, so I decided to go there and be with them. I wanted to make amends for a lot of things. I bought some gifts for them. I walked and saw the three of them in a cafe. I approached to surprise them, but some boys started to arrive with them. I saw them kissing. My heart couldn't take it, and I just left there with my heart broken once again. I arrived at Kwe and saw Kaneko and Ravel together. I was surprised that they got along so well, since they always fought, so I approached to talk to them and get everything out. Bla wanted the company of someone who loved me, but two boys arrived with ice cream and they kissed them on the lips. I walked back and it started to rain. My bangs covered my eyes. I walked home and I spent the whole vacation lying down and depressed. When Drake talked to me, I just ignored him. I didn't sleep and just cried. Vacation and went back to school. I stopped being a pervert. People noticed my depression. I just distanced myself from everyone. Some time later Rossweisse returned from Asgard and found out about the girls. She and I talked. I cried by her side. Some time later I got out of my depression thanks to her. I began to open my heart once more. One afternoon I waited for Ross and confessed my love. She didn't say anything. She just ran away. That afternoon I only felt sad once more. I'd opened my heart to someone again, but it was broken again and I was back to where I was before. Days later I heard that Rossweisse had quit and returned to Asgard. I didn't believe a thing. I got home quickly. I went to her room and confirmed that she was gone. I saw a letter where it said not to look for her ever again. That night I cried. From that day on I swore that I would never love again. I finished telling the story. The Issei remained static. You lie, Butcho, and they would never do that to me. No, it's all true, boy. I speak Drake F. And how will we believe you, said Drake P. Why did he fall in the dragon's fall? And Drake P was stunned. You see it. And Issei showed him images of when he performed the ritual. And Issei was only saddened to know what awaited him. Don't worry, said Issei, patting him on the back. For some reason I ended up in this world. And now that I've told you this, you'll decide what to do. And besides, that hasn't happened yet. And in the future we have someone, said Issei, and Issei smiled. There is. And who is she? I know her. No, I met her on a trip. What's her name? And Issei smiled because what he would say would scare Drake from the past. Her name is Tiamat. And Drake shouted from the boss gear. And Issei said, What's wrong with you? And Issei smiled. Tell him, old friend from the past. He did the same thing that you don't believe, Drake. Ha! They both laughed. And Issei laughed at the story his friend has and the girl he will meet in the future. Both Issei spent their time laughing. Okay, kid. It's getting late. What do you think of a race? And Issei accepted. And they both entered Balance Breaker and competed. Until it got dark. Issei told him he was leaving. But his younger self told him to stay. PSSS he'd like to know more about what he's done. And they both talked that night. That same day, Issei changed his way of thinking. And he spoke with Drake. What will you do with what he told you? What will you do with the girls? I don't know yet, but if they did that, it would be best if I ended my relationship with them. I know you haven't done it yet, but I noticed how my future self felt when I talked about it. I see that she suffered a lot, and if I let things happen, they'll do the same to me. It would be best if I will make the change. And well, child, what are you up to? My adult self told me. I want you to train me. If you say that this Risvim guy will cause the chaos you mentioned, I must prepare myself. I must be in shape. Alright, but your training will begin after the excursion here in Kyoto is over, since it could raise suspicions. Find me in this place, giving him a magic slip of paper that will take him to that address. And what will you do for the moment, said Issei. I need to find a way to get back to my time. I must see my wife and unborn child. And Issei covered his mouth. What said his younger self. You're going to be a father. Oh damn. It came out. Yes. I'm going to be a father, and that's why I need a way to get back to my time. I miss her a lot. Issei smiles. But for now I need you to continue your normal life. I still don't know what you're going to do with what I told you about girls. You are now the owner of your decisions. And both Issei smiled. I will do things differently in this time. He said decisively of himself. Lose. Because we are both stubborn. See you in a few weeks, kid. Take care. And Issei left there. My future self is going to be the father of someone you didn't want to love, Drake. And for that I am grateful. PSSS that crazy woman will stop looking for me. Achoo. Someone sneezes from the forest of relatives. Haha. I'll kill you soon, you damn idiot dragon. Then she heard a noise. Who's there? The dragon said seriously. But he heard a soft voice. Hello? Said the stranger. Who are you? Are you stupid to come here alone? That you are not afraid. You're still stubborn, Tiamat. As you know, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Wait, at least tell me your name. Hayadu Issei. Goodbye. And he disappeared from there. Hayadu. Because I felt like that. A familiar feeling. I need answers. At that point he begins to change into his human form. It's been a while since I left this place. Bastizo. 2 weeks later, Issei did what his future self told him. Days passed, and Issei began to distance himself from the Gremorys. There was a time when Rias wanted to touch him, and Issei didn't allow it. I tell you, leave me alone, Rias. Something that hurt Rias, and Issei just didn't care. And it wasn't just with arguments. Every time Asia, Irina and Xenovia talked about having Issei's children, He simply distanced himself from them and told them to grow up. That they should leave that to the adults. That they are still young to think about that. Something that hurt them just the same. Ravel, who later went to live with them, wanted to help Issei with whatever he needed. He refused and said that he could do it alone. And above all, he refused his mother's request to take care of her. He preferred to give her to Rias. Something that made her sad, and she said, "Issei-sama is not baka," and ran out of there. Kaneko told him, "Issei-senpai is bad," and wanted to hit him, thinking that he would dodge it, but he didn't, and he crashed into several trees. Kaneko, when she realized what she did to him, she went to his help. Seeing him lying with blood on his head, she quickly tried to help him, but Issei hit her hand and only said, "I thought you were different, Kaneko, but I see that you still hate me. It would be better if we went back to how we were before. I was a stranger to you and you were just another Kohai." And Issei got up with difficulty and walked to the house, and Kaneko was devastated. She wanted to apologize to him, she even started getting along with Ravel because of him, but Issei just ignored her. Rossweisse, seeing his student's attitude towards the girls, wanted to reprimand him, but Issei just told him that the relationship with Rias is only as a servant master, and with the others it is only as companions. And with respect to you, Ross-sensei, you are only my teacher. That's all we are. It's not as if we were more than that. Or am I wrong? And Issei left Ross stunned. The Gremory girls, seeing Issei's attitude towards them, decided to talk to the Mao. With Issei P. Ready, boy. Yes, I'm ready, friend. Underway. Hey, I'm from the future. What's up? In the future there is someone else who loves us besides Tiamat. Let me think about it. Yes. And who is it? Ophis. But she doesn't know about love yet. Kunu, Kuroka, Lefei, Yasaka, Sarah Fall, Gabriel and Sona. There are still those who love. But in my future I won't reciprocate. What? I was satisfied with just Tiamat. That's right. And Sona, since she met you, she has loved us. But she didn't do anything. For real truths. That's how it is. I see. And you already thought about what to do with them. Yes, I already did it. I've distanced myself from them. If they really love me, they'll fight for me. But if they don't and they go with those guys you told me about, it would be better to leave everything behind and make a new beginning. But with the difference that I will do everything differently. That's good, kid. And where are we going? Who we're looking for is someone who's angry and likes to fight in bars. They call him Acnologia. Training and reunion. I'm sorry. And he taught me everything I know so far. He taught me how to shave, how to start fights in a bar, how to leave without paying, and he also gave me a gift before leaving this world. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. Even if it's here, I hope to save him. They both laughed. A little while later, it's definitely here. You just wait outside. I'll go inside and check it out. Alright, well, I'll see you in a few moments. Issei enters the bar. The place looks quiet, until he hears, "I told you to leave me." You hear the bottle break on someone's head. One moment Issei sees someone lying on the floor and someone tall at the bar. Issei smiles and decides to approach the bar. A bottle of apple distillate. Issei, at your service. The guy next to Issei just looked at him for a second. Issei approached him and said, "I bet you a bottle I can get everyone fighting in 1 minute." That guy looked at him and just smiled and said, "I accept, but if you don't do it, I'll have you beaten up, and you'll have to pay for liquor for the whole month." Deal, and both shake hands. Issei, he approaches the bartender and said, "That fat Gandalf wants to make peace with the dark-skinned guy in the back. He asked you to make him a Baileys with Chantilly." Seriously, he said it. Seriously, if you don't believe me, I'll pay for everything they've consumed. Okay, if you say so. It's a blowjob, said the bartender, bringing the drink to Moreno. "What are you going to do, Gaki?" said the winged man of Issei. "You just go. Health and both provide." When they both started fighting, they pushed a motorcyclist, and he hit a man with glasses, throwing his drink at his favorite beach. He stood up and said, "Son of a bitch," and hit him, pushing the others, and one screamed, "Fight," in the bar, and everyone started fighting everyone else. The doctors put on a good fight song. Issei and the guy got into the fight. A little while later, Issei and the guy ended up taking 2 guys out the window. They both laughed and bumped fists. "Ha, that was funny, boy. I haven't had fun in years. What do you say your name is?" "Issei." "Well, Issei, ask me anything." "Thanks, but before that." And Issei puts his hand on Agnologia's forehead. He could see the memories. Issei conveyed his feelings to him. Like a father and son, out of nowhere, some tears came to his eyes. Issei just said, Thanks for everything. In the future I couldn't say it, but I loved you like a father. He approached Issei and hugged him. They both took some bottles of liquor and left the place. They both left a large amount of money for the bartender. While he was getting the brawlers out of the bar, Anthology and Issei arrived at where Issei was sitting. This one was asleep. Acnologia saw him and carried him. The three of them went to the mountains where the Issei training would begin. Elsewhere, flashback. Sona was sitting. She had a thoughtful look. It seems he was thinking of a certain chestnut. Then he heard something. Fight for that love or else you will always regret it for life. And she searched for that voice. Maybe she thought about it. But Issei was there next to Sona. He smiled and said, even if it's her, I could be happy with him. And Issei left from there. Hello, you are Rias Gremory and Himejima Aquino. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm a teacher at Kyoto University. It will be a pleasure to work with you. The man kissed their hands, as a symbol of chivalry. They both blushed and for a moment thought of Issei. But they remembered that he had behaved badly with them days ago. And both decided to teach him a lesson, which they will regret for the rest of their lives. I just wanted you to see what the ending is going to be like. Bye. Listen to music while you read. We begin. Even after so many adventures and many fights, I am so happy. Looking at Tiamat as she sleeps next to me. Issei ruffles her hair and admires how beautiful life can be when you are with the person you truly love. She wakes up and looks at Issei, who looks at her with those eyes full of love. What do you think she said? How wonderful it is to be like this. Thinking about his two children, Suji and Lavi, adopted daughter, especially, in you, and how life has rewarded me by bringing you into my life. Tiamat smiles and they both kiss. They both leave the room to go to the balcony and watch the sunrise together. Issei sits on a small couch. Tiamat joins in and they both cuddle up as they kiss and watch the sunrise together. I wouldn't change this for anything in the world, said Issei, remembering his whole life up to this day. How a simple human became a demon. How that demon became a dragon. How that dragon had love. How that dragon suffered for that love. How that love became a curse. How that curse became power. And how power made him change many things. And those things are meant to be one looking into Tiamat's eyes. What are you thinking, looking straight into his eyes? And Issei suffered a kind of vision where he was there with his wife. Min 120. Issei saw Suji and Lavi together. Apparently both children born from two rivals were also destined. And he remembered how Lavi is very protective of Suji and doesn't let anyone get close to him. What are you thinking about? Issei came out of his trance and said, nothing. I'm just thinking about the future. I'm sorry. Sip. And in that future we are together. And Issei hugs her and gives her a kiss. At that moment the sun begins to rise. Tuchan, Kaken. Two small voices are heard running towards Issei and Tiamat. What happened? They both said. We didn't see them and we were worried, Suji said, crying. Then Lavi hugs him and says, your one-chan will always protect you. I'm sorry. I won't let them take my Ni-chan away from me. And Valerie hugs him. Issei smiles and says, look at the sunrise. And the four of them stare at the sky. Issei and Tiamat hugging. Suji half asleep while Lavi hugs him. Issei only sees his family together, and is only grateful for everything he has experienced up to this day. 20 years later. Heitu-san, Oka-san. Issei and Tiamat walk along the beach holding hands. They look over and see their two children holding hands. Issei smiles and sees that his dream came true. Lavi abraza Tiamat. Suji Issei son tan identicos. Ambos essia brazen y Issei dice. Have a son. Delivering something to Suji. It's time you proposed it. He smiles and hugs him. Thanks for everything, Dad. Suji and Lavi hold hands and go home. Issei and Tiamat continue walking along the beach together. Remember I told you exactly 20 years ago here. Issei smiles and says, I'll never let you leave my side. I'll always make you happy, even if it takes me forever. Tiamat remembers and regrets forgetting. From one moment to the next she knocked him to the ground. Issei ran his hand through her beautiful hair, and they both kissed. And remember what I told you 20 years ago. And, you told me right here that it won't take forever. Because that eternity is already passing. She kisses him, and they both fall asleep. Issei just smiles while he sleeps and remembers how he met her. Decisions. Yes, and you are. Or my name is Kotaru, said the person speaking to Rias and Aquino. They were both thinking of making him jealous to see if he would pay attention to them. Then a voice echoed in their heads saying, never betray someone you truly love, or you'll regret it forever. They both stood there for a moment. I was wondering if you'd like to have a coffee or something, the creature said with a smile. I'm sorry, but I have someone I love. I was thinking about doing something stupid. But if you love with all your heart, never push them away, much less do stupid things for no reason. They said it in different ways, laughing and Akino. The teacher smiled and apologized and left. Love with the soul. He smiled and continued on his way thinking about that beautiful phrase. With Rias and Akino, they both looked at each other and suddenly felt stupid for what they were about to do. Rias sighed. I know. He said he would come in a month. When the ratings games are held. Both of them smile. Let's go home and read that magazine that taught me how to win over your ideal guy. Fufufus seems like Sona-san is in love. They both laugh mischievously as they begin to leave the place. 2 weeks later. That's all Issei, he said Acnologia. I still can, old man. That's the attitude. If you were really a man you would have already hit me. And his future self was watching this with a smile. And he says, damn, now I realize he was never soft on me. That old man. At that, he notices the laughter of both of them. It seems that this training was good. Issei sheds a tear. He would have liked to continue fighting with his master, but death took another important person from him. Issei smiles and thinks of Tiamat. I love you, that's the last thing he whispered. Meanwhile in the future, time moves in a different way. Tiamat was still asleep, in that she whispers in her sleep, I love you Issei, and a tear comes out. With Issei, hey, why don't you join the fight? Acnologia said, and Issei smiled. And the three of them started fighting all afternoon. A while later, Issei and Acnologia were near a campfire while Issei sleeps. And how do you plan to return to your timeline, said Acnologia while drinking. In order to return to my time, I need a great deal of magical power. I'll need your help. And 1 week later, very well, kid. In 3 weeks you've unleashed great power. Without a doubt, the power of whales is now controllable. This guy smiles and says, what level am I at? I'd say you could beat up a Mao after beating up 3 Mao. Seriously. Yes, but listen, don't be overconfident in battle. You may be very powerful, but you lack battle experience. But I've fought with. Yes, but you did it in a group. You never know when someone will come along and wipe out your allies and you'll be left alone. Just because you can humiliate anyone now doesn't mean you've solved it. I understand. I will do my best and protect with my life those I care about. Good to celebrate because we are not going to a bar. I'm going, said Issei. I'm still a minor. Marika, said Acnologia. He gets angry and says, okay, I'll drink just to shut them up. Hours later, let's go home. But the three of them were so drunk that they couldn't walk. Issei sees an inn and helps the two walk. Upon arrival they are greeted by a girl with blue hair. Issei sobered up just by looking at her and dropped the other two. The blue-haired girl smiled just seeing his reaction. Issei noticed and picked them up. He left them on a chair and went to check in. When he arrived, welcome, thank you, Issei said without taking his eyes off her. She smiles. A room please. Of course, follow me. Thank you, and this was for your companions. A few moments later, rest easy. Thank you. Before Issei leaves, he says, I'm sorry, but I just want to say that you're really beautiful. Surely they've told you that. Hee, you're the first to say it. I'm sorry. And they both look at each other. And for no reason at all, they both blush. Have a good night, said the blue-haired girl. What is your name? Issei. Hi to Issei. Issei, nice name, rest Issei. And she starts to leave. Get some rest, Issei said without taking his eyes off her. Issei sighed and saw how she turned to look at him. Issei, embarrassed, quickly went into the room. With the girl, she leaned against the wall, then touched her chest and realized. Why was my heart racing? Tomorrow, after Issei was captivated by that blue-haired girl, something sprouted inside him that he himself couldn't explain. I want to see her again, he said to himself. He looked and saw his master and his future version asleep. That alcohol really knocks out dragons. He thought of a way to approach her, without her thinking it was harassment. He came up with something, but nothing came to mind. Resigned, he went to sleep. Talk. This one hears someone knocking. This one comes out and opens the door. When he did so, he realized that she was the owner of the place. When Issei saw her, he began to stutter. Hua, he said nervously. She saw how sorry he was and just smiled. I saw that your friends would like this to prevent them from getting a headache in the morning. Thank you, said Issei. If something is offered, just say so. She was going to leave, but Issei took her hand. The girl was surprised. Something is wrong. Issei had his gaze lowered. His heart was beating 1,000 times an hour. Me, since I saw you, a feeling I've never had before has sprouted in me, and I only think of you. I've never believed in love at first sight. I know it's silly of me to say this, but I want to get to know you. He looked at her and noticed her blush. She looked at him and slowly approached him. Without warning, that girl kissed him. At that moment he couldn't think of anything else but her. For both of them, it was as if time itself had stopped. No one could ruin that moment because for both of them that kiss means much more than they think. The time didn't matter. Both of them sooner or later were going to find each other. A few minutes passed that seemed eternal, and they both separated. She looked into his eyes and said, "Something told me to do it, and I don't regret it." She closed the door and left. Issei was stunned. He couldn't think of anything and just fell to the ground exhausted as he fell asleep. Elsewhere. And well, what's happening? Don't pretend. If you don't decide, you'll have lost the opportunity to tell him how you feel about Issei. If you don't tell him how you feel, it will be too late. I know, but don't you love him? And so, I'm afraid that he'll reject me. Leave that. You'll never know if you don't try. I'll do it, Oka-san. I'll declare my love for Issei in the ratings games. In 3 weeks I'll tell Issei. It doesn't matter what Rias says. I love Issei and that will never change. I know you will. Goodbye, mother. And, Sona says, I love you, Issei. How is it possible that someone like you stole my heart? Look at the sky and think about this.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.